Chapter 3876. The gentle and beautiful woman suddenly stopped moving and stopped on the stairs. After Deng Yu landed, he shook his head. Master, it's the brothel leader, Chu Li said. She's the brothel leader, Deng Yu cried out. Chu Li looked at the gentle lady and sighed. You can't judge a book by its cover. She's the brothel leader. But she's probably not the real brothel leader of Butian Tower. The gentle lady's eyes turned, but she couldn't speak. She couldn't move her body. Chu Li said, the brothel leader doesn't need to think too much. If I'm not wrong, all the women in the 100 Flowers Tower are disciples of Butian Tower? The gentle lady's eyes showed a mocking expression. Chu Li shook his head. This is not wishful thinking. Deng Yu said, Master, all the women in the 100 Flowers Tower are assassins of Butian Tower? Chu Li slowly nodded. Deng Yu was skeptical. He couldn't imagine that those delicate women were assassins who killed people. Chu Li sighed. Butian Tower's actions are unexpected. Who would have thought that the famous 100 Flowers Tower is a stronghold of Butian Tower, and that there are so many assassins of Butian Tower? Deng Yu said, no wonder they're so well informed. Men would often try to show off in front of beautiful women. They would say things that others didn't know, things that ordinary people didn't know, to attract attention. The women of 100 Flowers Tower were all as beautiful as flowers, causing men to fall head over heels for them and reveal their secrets. Those who came to the 100 Flowers Tower were either rich or noble. They were better informed than ordinary people. That was why Butian Tower had such a strong intelligence network. Chu Li said, let's go. Deng Yu frowned and looked at the 100 Flowers Tower. Chu Li said, as long as we find Butian Tower's lair, they won't be a threat. He carried the gentle lady down the stairs and left quietly without anyone noticing. Deng Yu followed closely behind. He looked at the motionless gentle lady and shook his head. I really didn't expect this. Chu Li nodded. Chu Li looked at the jade tag in his hand with a solemn expression. Deng Yu looked at him without saying a word. The two of them had already interrogated that gentle and beautiful woman. She was indeed the Tower Lord, but she wasn't the real Tower Lord of the Heaven-Mending Tower. Instead, she was the Tower Lord of the Outer Tower. She could be considered as a high-ranking official with a high position and great power. She ruled over a region by herself. Capturing her would be equivalent to digging out the roots of the Heaven-Mending Tower in the Great Yu Dynasty. However, Chu Li wanted to dig out Heaven-Mending Tower's lair and completely eradicate them. Unfortunately, he couldn't sense anything on this jade token. Everything was shrouded in a dense fog, and he couldn't sense anything. It was clear that the Heaven-Mending Pavilion's old nest was being suppressed by the Heaven-Mending Pavilion's treasures. He couldn't pry into the secrets of the heavens. He had used the all-seeing divine power. Logically speaking, it was different from the Heaven's Eye connection and the star observation technique, but it had still been blocked. Chu Li could not help but gasp in admiration at how powerful this treasure was. Deng Yu whispered, Master, we've already completed the mission. Why isn't Master happy? Could it be that something has changed? Chu Li shook his head and sighed. I can't find the upper floor of the Heaven Repairing Tower. Master, you don't have to worry. Deng Yu smiled. Once we find this woman and get rid of all her subordinates, there will no longer be assassins from the Heaven-Mending Tower in Yu Dynasty. We will also lose our foundation. Chu Li said, if we don't dig out the roots, the Heaven-Mending Tower will soon reappear. It's impossible in a short period of time. Deng Yu smiled. I don't know how long it took them to achieve this. It might take tens or hundreds of thousands of years, so there's no need to rush. By then, he would be dead, so there was no need to worry. Chu Li sighed. That's the only way. Thank you, Master. Deng Yu said, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to do anything to the Heaven-Mending Tower. Once they become ruthless, the world will be in chaos. It's scary just thinking about it. Assassinating the courtiers of the capital was scary, but it wasn't the scariest. The scariest thing was assassinating the important courtiers of the world. It was like chopping off their limbs. It would quickly cause fear, and the courtiers would no longer dare to take up their posts. With no one to manage things, how could Yu Dynasty not be in chaos? Chu Li smiled and kept the jade token. On the morning of the third day, he was examining the jade token in the courtyard of the imperial residence of King Jing. These days, he had been constantly trying to sense and feel for the jade token, trying to find its flaws. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. It was as if it was shrouded by an invisible force, blocking his senses. Chapter 3877. Chu replied, "Your Majesty, I don't deserve such a generous gift." He did not expect Zhao Yinqing to give him such a generous gift. It was equivalent to giving him an independent kingdom. The Rui Temple was his territory, and this was the capital, the land under the emperor's feet. Of course, the significance was different. Zhao Zhenghe smiled and said, "Since Imperial Father has bestowed it, he naturally has his reasons. I understand Imperial Father very well, and he will not give out favors indiscriminately. He is very clear about his rewards. The greater the contribution, the greater the reward." Chu smiled and nodded. He also noticed this characteristic of Zhao Yinqing. He seemed stingy, but he was fair and strict. Being an emperor was actually an advantage. "Let's go, master. Let's go take a look at the Rui Temple," Zhao Zhenghe said impatiently. He had seen the Rui Temple from afar, but did not get a chance to get closer. At that time, the temple was under construction and no one was allowed to enter to prevent danger. As a royal highness, he was no exception. "Let's go." Chu nodded. The two left the imperial residence. They did not use a sedan, but slowly walked forward. They arrived at the center of the capital and walked towards a street in the southeast direction. They saw a magnificent temple. The temple was not big. It was not as big as the Baowu Temple. It was only half the size and had 5 halls. The glazed roof shone brightly under the sun, showing the dignity and luxury of Buddhism. When they arrived at the Rui Temple, 2 protectors were standing straight like pine trees. They held onto their blades and glared at them. When they saw Chu, they quickly let go of their blades and fists saluted. "Greetings, master." Chu pressed his palms together and smiled. "Thank you for your hard work, protectors. I don't need you to do this here. Please return to protect His Majesty." He had a photographic memory and knew that these 2 were Imperial House protectors. The 2 shook their heads. "Master, His Majesty ordered us to protect him. We dare not disobey." Chu smiled and nodded. "If that's the case, I'll let His Majesty know." The 2 were relieved. Zhao Zhenghe pushed open the temple door, and the 2 stepped into the Rui Temple. There was a Buddha statue in the main hall. Its head was on the roof, and its feet were on the ground. It had a majestic aura and a compassionate expression. Its drooping eyes were filled with compassion, as if it was observing all living beings. In front of the golden Buddha statue, there was an incense table and a praying mat. The fragrance of sandalwood wafted out, filling the main hall with a refreshing fragrance that calmed one's mind. Chu nodded in satisfaction. He turned around and went to the Sangarama temple next to it. He looked at the Mithria temple next to it and then walked to the courtyard next to it. Ancient trees had been planted there, and it was quiet and pleasant. "It's rare for Imperial Father to be so generous," Zhao Zhenghe praised. These ancient trees were easy to find, but it was not easy to grow them. If a person moved, the trees would die. Without extraordinary skills and meticulous care, as well as many precious herbs, it was impossible to make these ancient trees grow. As far as he knew, his father was most opposed to this kind of superficial work. He felt that it was a waste and a luxury. He didn't expect that this time he would make an exception for his master. It was enough to show how much his imperial father valued and respected his master. Chu smiled and said, "Your Majesty is really considerate." Whether or not there was an ancient tree in a monastery was a completely different scene. It was of great importance. The ancient tree's transformation of the surrounding environment was powerful. It was an invisible force that could affect one's mind. It was easier to meditate by sitting under the ancient tree and listening to the sutras. "Master, is there anything else that needs to be built?" Zhao Zhenghe said, "I'll go talk to father." Chu pondered. "Just tell me, master." Zhao Zhenghe thought that he had concerns. Chu said, "Then let's build 9 more small towers." "No problem. How big are the towers?" Zhao Zhenghe asked. Chu Li gestured at the top of his head. 3 of this height will do. It doesn't have to be too tall. Okay. Zhao Xinghe nodded. Chu Li said, follow me. He walked around the Rui Temple and marked out 9 locations. Build the towers at these locations. The positions must not be wrong, Chu Li said seriously. Zhao Xinghe asked, Master, what are these towers used for? He was puzzled. Was there a need to pay so much attention to the positions when building a tower? Moreover, there were 9 of them? Chu Li said slowly, build a dojo. A dojo? Zhao Xinghe was shocked. For preaching? Chu Li nodded. A dojo is a sacred place for Buddhism. Once a believer dies, they can be resurrected in this dojo and continue to exist and cultivate until their cultivation transcends life and death. When they enter the cycle of reincarnation, they will no longer be trapped in the womb. Zhao Xinghe hurriedly said, Master, do you mean that even if a believer dies, their soul can still live on? Chu Li nodded slowly. Zhao Xinghe looked at the compliance temple and was skeptical. Then, he thought of Chu Li's divine power to resurrect the dead and had to believe it. Chapter 3878. Zhao Yanqing's hand had turned green and was as stiff as a rock. Master, Princess Anfu was overjoyed when she saw Chu Li enter and ran over. Chu Li pressed his palms together. Princess, Grandmaster, quickly save Imperial Father. Princess Anfu hurriedly said. He glanced at the prayer beads on Zhao Yanqing's wrist and nodded. Don't worry, Princess. An old official stepped forward and closed fists saluted. Chief Gu, this monk is... Master Su, this is the divine monk Dingru. Gu Yuanhe said, the divine monk has an incredible divine power that can bring the dead back to life. The emperor is blessed by the heavens. With the master's help, he will definitely be able to turn misfortune into fortune. The official stared at Chu Li with deep eyes. An elegant middle-aged man said in a deep voice, there's no divine power in this world. That's right. The officials beside him nodded. They were all knowledgeable people and had seen a lot of tricks. Many of them were unimaginable and almost unimaginable. No matter how hard they tried, they could not see through it. However, it was difficult to play tricks for long. There were many smart people in the world. Bringing the dead back to life was a joke. Therefore, they all thought that Chu Li had deceived the emperor. As officials, how could they allow others to deceive the emperor? It would be a great shame. Chu Li was about to step forward when the officials suddenly blocked in front of him. Master Su. Gu Yuanhe's expression changed slightly, and he shouted with a sullen face. The master is here to save his majesty. Why are you blocking him like this? Chief Gu, Imperial Physician Zhang, said that his majesty has already returned to heaven. Even Zenith Heaven can't save him. Su Changfeng shook his head. How can we allow this liar to profane the emperor's body? His eyebrows were all white, but his voice was powerful like a bronze bell that resounded in the hall. Shut up, Princess Anfu shouted. All of you move aside. Don't block the master. Your Highness. Su Changfeng bowed and said, His Majesty has already returned to heaven. You should be thinking about contacting the Crown Prince as soon as possible to ascend the throne without causing any trouble. Father is not dead yet, and you can't wait to push 6th brother to succeed the throne. What are you guys thinking? Princess Anfu shouted. Your Highness, I'm loyal to you the Great. The world is the most important thing. Su Changfeng bowed and said, Get out of the way. Princess Anfu stamped her feet and said angrily, We'll know whether or not I'm just trying to mystify you later. Su Changfeng and the others bowed, but they still stood in front of Chu Li. Chu Li shook his head. He would be asking for trouble if he tried to reason with this group of people. They had been through many battles and experienced many ups and downs in the officialdom, so they knew how to reason with others. His footsteps were light, and his figure flickered. He had already bypassed the crowd of officials and appeared beside Zhao Yanqing. The ministers were stunned for a moment, then enraged and glared at him. Chu Li had already bent down and extended his index finger, lightly tapping on Zhao Yanqing's forehead. Stop! Quickly stop! The ministers shouted in alarm. Chu Li had already retracted his finger. After the ministers sighed in relief, They became angry and rushed forward to surround Chu Li. They reprimanded him and even wanted to punish him. It was already polite of them not to scold the demonic monk on the spot. Zhao Yinqing suddenly opened his eyes. The green color on his face quickly faded like snow in boiling water. His face regained its red color, and his eyes were bright. He sat up and glanced at the crowd. "Your Majesty." Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Princess Anfu threw herself into his arms. Zhao Yinqing patted her shoulder and shook his head with a smile. "Silly girl, I won't die yet. Hee, with the great master here, it'll be hard for you to die, even if you want to." Princess Anfu wiped her tears and smiled. Zhao Yinqing smiled and shook his head. "All right, don't make a fool of yourself." Princess Anfu cast a sidelong glance at the dumbstruck ministers and snorted, "These guys are really loyal." Zhao Yinqing thought of the ministers' reactions and ignored them. He got off the bed and gave a fist salute to Chu Li with a smile. "Great master, I owe you another life." Chu Li pressed his palms together and smiled. "Your Majesty?" Su Changfeng called out softly. Minister Su felt that it was unbelievable. "I thought that the great master was playing tricks, right?" Zhao Yinqing shook his head and laughed. "Am I that easily deceived? Your Majesty is wise and wise. How can you allow a swindler to get close to you?" Su Changfeng hurriedly said, "It's just that this resurrection is too shocking, so I really can't believe it." I can understand. It was the same back then. If I didn't see it with my own eyes and experience it personally, I would definitely find it hard to believe. Zhao Yinqing nodded and said, "Forget it. This matter must not be spread." Chapter 3879. Zhao Yinqing scoffed. "Father-in-law, do you think I will accuse you? How is that possible?" Chang Qingtian frowned. "No matter how stupid I am, I will not assassinate you." "What the hell?" Princess Anfu scoffed. "Grandfather, could it be that you have always been dissatisfied with father?" "Princess, don't talk nonsense." Chang Qingtian quickly waved his hand. "Don't say that I have no dissatisfaction. Even if I was dissatisfied, I would not think of assassinating. I'm not tired of living. Why would I mess around?" Princess Anfu giggled. "I saw father promoted another concubine, so I'm angry on behalf of mother." "You little girl." Chang Qingtian was exasperated. Zhao Yinqing looked at Chu Li. Chu Li pressed his palms together. The bewitching technique must have been done by someone close to him, or else it would not have such power. "What do you mean?" Zhao Yinqing asked. Chang Qingtian also looked at Chu Li. His information network was much better than the Chancellor's. The palace had already sent in the news to be careful not to offend this divine monk. He had always been curious and had investigated Chu Li's deeds to prevent his own daughter from being deceived. From his investigations, this Ding Rushun Sung had remarkable abilities, but because it was only a flash in the pan, there were not many people who knew of him. He then entered Jing Wang Fu, then the Imperial Palace, and directly ascended to Qingyun. The speed of his rise could be said to be unheard of. Chu Li looked at Chang Qingtian and said, "Father-in-law is also a person with a strong will. It is difficult for normal bewitching techniques to penetrate him." This time, he was bewitched because the person next to him was defenseless. "If I'm not wrong, it should be someone in father-in-law's room." Chang Qingtian's expression changed. He tried hard to recall, and his expression changed again. "Father-in-law, who is it?" Zhao Yinqing scoffed. Chang Qingtian's face darkened. "Not possible. It can't be her." "Who is it?" Zhao Yinqing said. "The more I can't think of it, the more likely it is." Chang Qingtian sighed. His face showed a hint of defeat, as if he had suddenly aged 100 years. He shook his head slowly. "Last night, I stayed in Yunyun's room. She can't have harmed me." "Yunyun, it is Fengyan?" Zhao Yinqing said coldly. "The woman who almost died from the flood and was saved by the father-in-law during the disaster relief." Chang Qingtian nodded. "I had no intention of taking her into my room, but she insisted on marrying me." "How could she harm me?" Zhao Yinqing said, "Whether it's her or not, we'll immediately send someone to take a look." "It's Gu Yuan, huh?" "Yes." Gu Yuan nodded lightly and slowly retreated. "Don't hurt her. Chang Qing Tian hurriedly said. Gu Yuan has smiled. Father-in-law, don't worry. I'm just going to take a look. Chang Qing Tian nodded slowly. Zhao Yinqing said, if it's really her, how will the father-in-law be dealt with? Chang Qing Tian slowly shook his head and said, if it's really her, she must have her own difficulties. I will definitely find the mastermind and bring justice to your majesty. Zhao Yinqing shook his head and said, you sure are protective of the fairer sex. He turned to Chu Li. Master, do you think it's her? Chu Li said, this bewitching technique is so powerful. It must be done by someone close to her. The less guarded one is, the more powerful it is. Father-in-law, forgive me for being blunt, but to be able to cultivate such a bewitching technique, she's definitely not an ordinary woman. Master, are you sure it's Yin Yin? Chang Qing Tian said in dissatisfaction. We haven't started investigating yet. Chu Li sighed. There must be something special about someone who cultivates bewitching techniques. It's just that ordinary people don't know about it. What's special about her? Chang Qing Tian said coldly. Chu Li said, she's always in a radiant and radiant state. When she stands in the crowd, even if her appearance is not as good as others, it will still make her look even more gloomy. Her words are convincing, and people will believe her for some reason. Father-in-law, you can think about it. Does Miss Yin Yin have such a strange appearance? Chang Qing Tian's face was solemn, and his eyes flashed. Zhao Yinqing scoffed. Master, you're resourceful. It looks like you didn't wrong her. Men, Song Kuan strode in and bowed. I'm here. Head to the imperial residence and help Gu Yuanhe take down Feng Yun. Zhao Yinqing shouted. Yes. Song Kuan's bear-like body retreated and strode out. Chang Qing Tian opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He just sighed dejectedly as if he had aged 100 years. Zhao Yinqing said, it looks like you purposely set her up when she was saved. She's really cunning and hard to guard against. Master, could it be Butian Tower? Chu Li slowly nodded. Most likely. Yin Yun is from Butian Tower. Chang Qing Tian shook his head. She can't kill anyone. Zhao Yinqing scoffed. You're not her. Who can accurately read a woman's heart? Let's wait for her to come over. Chang Qing Tian shook his head. The basilica fell into silence. Chang Qing Tian was in a daze, and his expression was uncertain. Zhao Yinqing also recalled the thrilling scene earlier. Chapter 3880. He felt that the letter was shrouded in fog and was not empty. Being shrouded in the heavenly secrets was completely different from being dead. The former was like fog, faintly discernible but not clear. He knew it was right in front of him, but he could not see or touch it, so he could only give up. The latter was empty and lost, as if he had lost something. He no longer existed in this world and had nothing to rely on. So he knew that the owner of the letter was shrouded in the heavenly secrets and could not be seen. In this world, the only thing he knew that could shroud the heavenly secrets was the Butian Tower. Treasures that could shroud the heavenly secrets did not appear so easily. Moreover, in this world, spiritual energy could not be mobilized. Treasures that could shroud the heavenly secrets were even harder to find. It was far inferior to the lower realm. Yin might not be from Butian Tower, right? The national father-in-law, Chang Qing Tian, did not give up. It could be another faction. It might not be the Butian Tower. This letter was written with deep emotions. Even if he was tricked, he could not feel hatred. When he heard that it was the Butian Tower, he could not help but refute. Chu Li said, that is also possible. Chang Qing Tian smiled. Chu Li said, but this is too much of a coincidence. The biggest possibility is the Butian Tower. Of course, without solid evidence, we cannot say for sure. Zhao Yinqing said unhappily, this is not a case. Why do we need solid evidence? Master, why don't you go to the national father-in-law's residence? Your Majesty, Chang Qing Tian shouted in dissatisfaction. Zhao Yinqing scoffed. National father-in-law, I think you are old and confused. Just a few words can coax you. How can you be sure that there are no other assassins from the Butian Tower in the residence? What if there are? I have driven them crazy. Who knows? The next person they will try to assassinate will be you. Grandfather, father is not trying to scare anyone. These assassins are crazy. Let the master check. Princess Anfu said in support. Chang Qing Tian frowned. Zhao Yinqing said, if one can sneak in, then two can. If we don't check, even the empress will not be at ease. Sigh, all right then. Chang Qing Tian nodded helplessly. If it was said that he could still say a few words to Zhao Yinqing, he had no power to refute the empress, because he was the empress's father-in-law. She, as the empress's daughter, had eaten him up since she was young. Grandmaster, thank you for your trouble, Zhao Yinqing said. Initially, he had not been so polite to Chu Li. He felt that he was the ruler of a country and had a golden mouth and jade teeth. However, after being saved by Chu Li several times, he could not bring himself to be stubborn anymore. No matter how powerful he was still made of flesh and blood. He still needed Chu Li to save his life at critical moments. Chu Li pressed his palms together and smiled. Gu Yuan'e, follow the Grandmaster and obey his instructions. Zhao Yinqing said. Yes. Gu Yuan'e bowed. Chang Qing Tian glanced at Chu Li and extended his hand. Great Master, please. He knew that Zhao Yinqing had sent Gu Yuan'e to show his support for Monk Dingru, so he couldn't neglect him. Chu Li pressed his palms together and smiled. Father-in-law, please. The three of them quickly left the imperial palace. After sitting in the palanquin for a quarter of an hour, they stopped in front of a magnificent and dazzling mansion. Four guards stood on the steps, eyeing them covetously. The door to the mansion quickly opened, and a short and thin old man quickly came down the steps to welcome them. Master, he cupped his fists and said, Is everything all right? Chang Qing Tian scoffed. Elder Huang, what can happen? Elder Huang glanced at Chu Li and Gu Yuan'e, then cupped his fists and smiled. Chief Gu, great master, please. He recognized Gu Yuan'e. When he saw Gu Yuan'e standing behind Chu Li and bowing humbly, he immediately concluded that Chu Li was an important person and couldn't be neglected. Chang Qing Tian turned his head and said, Great master, please. You can walk around as you please. Elder Huang, show the Grandmaster around the mansion. The Grandmaster can go wherever he wants to go. Don't stop him. This. Elder Huang hesitated. The inner courtyard was not suitable for men. Gu Yuan'e was fine, but this monk was a man. Little, gather, stealthily stroll. TSK. Back to the Chaolong Hill, Fold Chu Li said, Father-in-law, why don't you gather everyone in the mansion together? I only need to take a look, or I could take a look in the dark. Chang Qing Tian's expression relaxed. He slowly nodded and said, That's a good idea. Elder Huang, go gather everyone. I want to say a few words to everyone. Yes. Elder Huang hurried into the main door. Chang Qing Tian said, Great master, please follow me. I like tea and have collected all the famous and good teas in the world. Great master, please have a taste. Chu Li pressed his palms together and smiled. I like tea too. The three of them followed Chang Qing Tian into the basilica in the middle. It quickly became noisy outside. Chapter 3881. Chu Li said, Father-in-law, I'd like to bring these two back. Can't we interrogate them here? Chang Qing Tian asked. Chu Li said, I'm afraid father-in-law won't be able to bear it. They have wild ambitions. Do you think I'll be merciful? Chang Qing Tian sneered. Chu Li nodded. If that's the case, then I'll have to offend you. As he spoke, he patted their chests and inserted a needle. Then, both of them trembled slightly. Their bodies froze, but it did not stop them from feeling the pain as their bodies kept trembling. In a moment, both of their faces were twisted and hideous. Their skin was red like cooked prawns, and their clothes were drenched in sweat. Sweat gushed out like spring water, quickly drenching their clothes and dripping down. Their feet were also wet. Their hair was stuck to their heads, as if they had just come out of the water. Chang Qing Tian clenched his teeth. Although he could not empathize with him, he could tell that the pain was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. It was a great torture. If not for the fact that his mouth was sealed, who knew how many people would have screamed? He looked at Chu Li and was secretly shocked. This monk did not only save people, but he was also very good at harming people. Chu Li suddenly patted again. Both of their eyes were dazed and lost focus. Chu Li slowly asked, "Who are you?" Digio from Heaven Repairing Tower. Tian 20 from Heaven Repairing Tower. Both of them answered in unison, dumbfounded. Chu Li looked at Chong Qing Tian. Gu Yuanhe whispered, "They really are from Heaven Repairing Tower." Chong Qing Tian gritted his teeth. Heaven Repairing Tower. He had been skeptical, but now that he was sure, he completely gave up. Chu Li said, "Who ordered you to hide in the father-in-law's residence?" Tianjiu. Both of them answered at the same time. Chu Li perked up and asked, "Where is Tianjiu now?" "The palace." Both of them answered. Chu Li remained silent and looked at Chong Qing Tian. "Father-in-law, when did they enter the father-in-law's residence?" Chong Qing Tian's expression was unusually unsightly. His eyes flickered with a bright light as he pondered on his own. "Father-in-law?" Chu Li asked. Chong Qing Tian woke up and asked, "Oh, what did the master say?" Chu Li asked, "Father-in-law, when did these two enter the public house?" "AI?" Chong Qing Tian sighed and said, "I'm already an old man, but I can't remember when I entered the manor." Old Huang. Old Huang. Old Huang was waiting outside the hall. He answered, "Master, when did these two enter the fu?" Chong Qing Tian snorted. "Was it before or after the empress entered the palace?" "Before entering the palace." Old Huang thought about it and slowly said, "I remember it very clearly. 5 years before Miss entered the palace, I personally picked the people from the disciplinary department." "You personally picked this kind of guy?" Chong Qing Tian stared at him coldly and said, "Are you with them, master?" Old Huang showed a wronged expression and said helplessly, "Do you not know what kind of person I am? They are from the deferment department. Their backgrounds are clean, and they can't be wrong." "Who would have thought?" Chu Li asked, "Did you guys join the Heaven Repairing Tower before you entered the imperial father-in-law's residence?" "Yes," the two answered. Chu Li looked at Old Huang. Old Huang hurriedly said, "Master, you have to prove my innocence." Chu Li looked at Chong Qing Tian. "Imperial father-in-law, Chief Huang is innocent. It's the deferment department that has a problem." "Is he really innocent?" Chong Qing Tian stared at Old Huang. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Old Huang let out a long sigh and showed a grateful expression. "Thank you, master. Thank you, master." Chong Qing Tian snorted. "Master, the deferment department has been infiltrated by the Heaven Repairing Tower?" Chu Li slowly nodded. "Imperial father-in-law, I'm not worried about the deferment department, but the palace. Back then, Chief Huang bought more than these two people, right? There are two other people beside the Empress. They are both smart." Old Huang nodded. His expression changed and his eyes widened. "Could it be?" Chu Li said, "It's highly possible." "Imperial father-in-law, I'll take my leave for now." "Okay, go quickly." Chong Qing Tian quickly nodded. His face was pale. If the Empress got the news, it would be really dangerous. He did not dare to imagine the situation of his daughter being assassinated. The whole Chong family would be finished. Chu Li pressed his palms together and turned to leave with Gu Yuanhe. Chapter 3882. Chong Shuhua furrowed her brows and turned to look at Chu Li. Chu Li suppressed his uneasiness and nodded slowly. "Master, are they really assassins from Butian Tower?" Chong Shuhua frowned and said softly, "Don't accuse good people." Chu Li sighed. "They are good people, but they are also assassins from Butian Tower." "Master, what do you mean?" Zhao Yinqing frowned. "There are no good people in Butian Tower. They treat human life like child's play and kill whenever they want. Who knows how many people have died under their hands?" Chu Li shook his head. "Your Majesty, these two are innocent and did not kill anyone. I'm afraid Butian Tower is looking for them." He looked at the two women. "It's rare for you to be so loyal. The Empress was right about you." Chong Shuhua quickly said, "Master, are you saying that they did not betray you?" "Not only did they not betray you, but they are also loyal and took great risks. Butian Tower will not be lenient to traitors." Chu Li nodded and looked at the two women in admiration. "I really have to congratulate the Empress. Chang Shuhua smiled and looked at the two women gently. Master, why are you still restraining them? Chu Li smiled. It was to prevent accidents. As he said this, he patted their backs and took out the silver needles. The two women regained their mobility and looked at Chu Li in surprise, then bowed to Chang Shuhua. My lady, we are guilty. What are you guilty of? Chang Shuhua waved her hand. Your birth is not up to you. The two women had tears in their eyes and tried hard to hold them back. Chu Li said, I want to borrow these two ladies from the Empress. Chang Shuhua did not think wrongly and asked doubtfully, Master, you want to use them to find Butian Tower? Chu Li nodded slowly. They have the secret to finding Butian Tower. He felt an inexplicable prying on him because of these two women. Without them, the gaze would not have landed on him, so they were probably under some kind of secret technique. Chang Shuhua looked at the two women, Xiao Chan, Xiao Dong. You two listen to the master's orders for now. Young miss. A young lady frowned, her face full of reluctance. They were loyal to Chang Shuhua, but they did not have a good impression of Chu Li. He had restrained them the moment they met. Although they had explained their innocence, they hated Chu Li's gaze. It was a gaze that could see through everything. Chang Shuhua said, The Reverend is an eminent monk. Don't worry, he won't harm you. What about you, miss? Another woman said softly, Without us by your side, I'm really worried. They were the assassins of the heaven-mending tower, and they were proficient in assassination techniques. They were the top assassins in the heaven ranking. So even if someone tried to assassinate them, they would be able to see through it in advance and calmly avoid it. Once they were not at their side, how could they stop the endless methods of assassination? Chu Li muttered, I've been too careless. He thought for a moment, then took off a string of Buddhist beads from his chest and handed it to Zhao Yinqing. Your Majesty, this is for you, and the bracelet is for Her Highness. All right. Zhao Yinqing happily took the Buddha beads and wore them on his chest. Then he handed the Buddha beads on his wrist to Chang Shuhua and said with a smile, Shuhua, this is a treasure. You must always wear it. Chang Shuhua smiled and nodded. Chu Li said, With this, Her Highness' senses will be sharper. Once there's danger, she can avoid it in advance. You must trust your intuition and not doubt it, or else you won't be able to avoid it if you miss the opportunity. Chang Shuhua said, Reverend, don't worry, I understand. Chu Li looked at Xiao Chan and Xiao Dong. Ladies, don't worry. The assassins of the heaven-mending tower won't be able to succeed. I hope so. The two women looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. My lady, you must be careful. The slender Xiao Chan said softly, Don't trust anyone, and don't let anyone get close to you when you're eating. Chang Shuhua smiled and nodded. Reverend, how long do you need their help for? Chu Li said, 1 day is enough. Reverend, if anything happens to them, I won't agree. Chang Shuhua said. Chu Li smiled and pressed his palms together. Rest assured, Her Highness. He turned to look at the two women and smiled. Ladies, I'm going to use a little trick. Please calm down and don't resist, or else you'll suffer. Come, young master. Clap bandaged Huan Fong. Knock. Chu Li pressed his palms together and bowed. Then, he pressed his fingers into the shape of a sword and pointed it between his eyebrows. Then, he gently waved it. Chapter 3883. From the looks of it, there are only 3 kinds of powers in this world that he could use. The first was mental power, the second was the power absorbed by the chakra pagoda, and the power of supernatural powers. He could be considered to have touched the essence of the world. Unfortunately, one could not enter the Zhuani Taoist field in this world and could not use merit to transform cultivation. Moreover, it was useless no matter how strong one's cultivation was. It was difficult to control spiritual qi. Moreover, this heaven-mending tower's tower master was using pure spiritual energy to spy on the two women. There was no way to defend the imperial palace. Otherwise, his power wouldn't have been able to get close and be sensed by Chu Li. Chu Li knew that his spiritual power was not inferior to anyone else's, and this heaven-mending tower's lord was not much inferior to him either. He was a formidable opponent. If he wanted to protect Zhao Yinqing, He would need to go all out and borrow the power of a 9 cauldron suppressing the heavens. This, Zhao Yinqing muttered with his hands behind his back. As the emperor, if he rashly left the palace and hid in the Rui temple, there would be extremely serious consequences. If the inside story was known by others, it would greatly damage his prestige, and the thoughts of the court officials would waver. Chu Li said, "Tell the public that it's a purification of the body and mind. I have never believed in Buddhism, nor do I believe in anything else. I remain neutral. If I were to hide in Rui Temple, Buddhism would flourish from then on. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to suppress it," Zhao Yinqing said solemnly. Chu Li nodded. In fact, he didn't need to say much. As long as he showed that he valued Buddhism, the officials below him would fight to imitate him. Even if the emperor tried to suppress them, it would be useless. This wasn't purely for the emperor's benefit, but to show the majesty of the royal family. Whatever the emperor likes, everyone in the world follows suit. Chang Shuhua said, "Your Majesty, your life is in danger. How can you talk about suppressing the Dharma?" Zhao Yinqing waved his hand and said, "Shuhua, Zhen's life is not worth cherishing. The world is the most important." Chang Shuhua chuckled and rolled her eyes at him. As the person who slept beside him, how could she not know what kind of person Zhao Yinqing was? Although he spoke in a dignified manner, he was actually more afraid of death than anyone else. It was just that he would not show it on his face. Chu Li said, "Your Majesty, let's take things one by one. Let's get rid of the heaven-repairing tower first. Otherwise, even if the world's Buddhist Dharma doesn't flourish, the heaven-repairing tower is enough to cause chaos in the world." Sigh. Zhao Yinqing sighed, deeply worried, as if he was worried about the future. Chu Li said, "Your Majesty and the lady can go there secretly." "Very good," Chang Shuhua said. "Then this consort shall go with His Majesty now. I also wish to take a look at Rui Temple. It is said that they have sent their best craftsmen and have put in a lot of effort. Shuhua will definitely be surprised." Zhao Yinqing laughed. "Gu Yuan, yes." Gu Yuan he hurriedly left and returned a moment later. He cupped his fists and bowed. "Your Majesty, your ladyship, it's done." "Then let's go," Zhao Yinqing said. Chang Shuhua said, "Chief Gu, what about the princess?" "I've already sent someone over," Gu Yuan has said. "Very good, then let's go." Chang Shuhua nodded in satisfaction. When they left the Prime Announcement Hall, there were already several sedan chairs prepared outside. Xiao Chan and Xiao Dong were on one sedan chair. The Empress and Zhao Yinqing were on another, and Chu Li and Gu Yuanhe were on another. They did not allow the protectors to follow them anymore and directly left the imperial palace. They took a detour and arrived at the Rui Temple. After the palanquin entered the Rui Temple, everyone got out. Zhao Yinqing looked around thoughtfully with his hands behind his back. He felt a strange aura that was everywhere in the temple. It was as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. All his worries disappeared, leaving only peace and joy in front of him. Chang Shuhua praised, "What a great Rui temple." Footsteps were heard. Princess Anfu appeared and threw herself into Chang Shuhua's arms with a smile. "Great master, this is indeed a Buddhist land." Zhao Yinqing turned to look at Chu Li. He had tried his best to create a quiet atmosphere. He found ancient trees and decorated the surroundings to be quiet and elegant. However, it always lacked a hint of charm. Now, he suddenly understood that this was a true Buddhist holy land. As long as one set foot in this place, one did not need to listen to any dharma or chant any scriptures. One would naturally reach the state of cultivation. It was truly magical. Chu Li smiled. "Everything is thanks to your Majesty." Zhao Yinqing waved his hand. "I only made the form, but I can't give it to the spirit. It's all thanks to you, great master." Chu Li smiled. "Your Majesty, your ladyship, and the princess can choose any meditation room you want. I need to make some preparations." "He will definitely come?" Zhao Yinqing's face darkened. Chu Li nodded slowly. "All right, then be careful," Zhao Yinqing said. Chu Li pressed his palms together and retreated. Chapter 3884. Actually, Chu Li knew this person's identity the moment he saw the silver shield. He had seen this shield many times in the lower realm. If it was not for its power, Zhou Mei and Zhou Shuang would have been captured by him. Now, this young man in blue was also holding a silver shield, so he must be Miss Zhou's man. He did not expect her to be everywhere. It would be fine if she was the tower master of Butian Tower, but she was not the tower master and was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. She was not just controlling Butian Tower. She must have a deep and powerful force. Monk, you can't do anything to me. The young man in blue shook his head and laughed. You're just a monk. You look down on everyone just because you have some ability. Do you really think Butian Tower is easy to deal with? Chu Li asked. You're the tower master of Butian Tower? That's right. The blue-robed young man said proudly. I am Du Qing Shan. Chu Li frowned and stared at him. He could not see through his mind. He shook his head. Ba, you can't really make decisions, right? Huh. Du Qing Shan laughed and shook his head. You really know how to talk nonsense. What do you want? Chu Li said, Butian Tower has killed too many people. I can't just stand by and watch. Otherwise, I'll be a disgrace to the ancestors of Buddhism and all living beings in the world. Ba. Heh, so dignified. Du Qing Shan laughed coldly. Monk, you're just a monk, not a Buddha. Why are you so nosy? Don't you know it's a blessing or a curse? Chu Li nodded. Good and evil will be rewarded. Tower Master Du, you're treating your life like a game. Aren't you digging your own grave? I do whatever I want. You can't stop me. Today, I'll take your life. Du Qing Shan laughed coldly. His figure suddenly sped up like a phantom, drifting unpredictably. Chu Li's figure was faintly discernible. He was always one step ahead of Du Qing Shan. Du Qing Shan's face gradually darkened. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the shocking loud sounds, God-punishing thunder, swords shot out one after another. Du Qing Shan didn't dare to be careless. His silver shield kept blocking, but the God-punishing thunder swords were too powerful. After blocking a few times, his silver shield finally collapsed. Du Qing Shan suddenly disappeared like a ghost and appeared at the peak of another mountain. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. This was not an ordinary light body technique, but a void diversion technique. Du Qing Shan glared at him, his eyes shining brightly. He did not expect Chu Li to be so difficult to deal with. He had underestimated Chu Li. He needed to bring out his trump card to win. When he thought of this, he decided not to hide anymore. He slowly took out a jade tag and pointed it at Chu Li. As soon as Chu Li saw the jade tag, he felt a strong sense of danger. A chill ran down his spine, but before he could point it in their direction, he had already disappeared from where he stood. A deep pit appeared at his original position. There was nothing in the pit. Chu Li scoffed. Divine light of perishable. Du Qing Shan was surprised. You know about this? Chu Li said. The divine light of annihilation is precious. You only have one, right? Again, Du Qing Shan took out a jade pendant. The next moment, Chu Li disappeared again. Du Qing Shan laughed out loud. He pointed at him and leaned forward and backward. Look at how scared you are. You're such a coward. How could you say it in such a dignified manner, as if you're going to show mercy to the world? Chu Li squinted his eyes and remained unmoved. He only looked at him quietly. Du Qing Shan pointed at him again. The next moment, Chu Li disappeared again. Aha! Ha! Du Qing Shan kept on laughing. Chu Li only looked at him calmly. He did not dare to risk the divine light of annihilation. He felt a strong sense of danger. A chill ran down his spine. If it really shot at him, he would not be able to dodge it even if he wanted to. Some treasures could not be used due to the spiritual energy. Aha! Aha! Du Qing Shan kept on laughing and pointed at Chu Li. Chu Li kept on flashing, disappearing, and changing his position. Interesting. Really interesting. You should let the believers see you now. You're so afraid of death. How dare you call yourself a divine monk? What a joke. Du Qing Shan laughed. Chu Li said, Tower leader Du, other than this divine light of annihilation, what other treasures did Ms. Zhou give you? As soon as he finished speaking, Du Qing Shan was stunned. Chapter 3885. He carefully touched this strange jade pendant and tried to sense it, but all he could see was a vast expanse of whiteness. It was as if he was in a sea of clouds. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but emptiness. The jade pendant was warm and delicate like spring water. The turbulent spiritual energy flowed endlessly in his body and turned into his inner energy. He was like a starving person who saw the Manchu Han imperial feast and wanted nothing more than to sing loudly. He tried to suppress himself and resist the urge to laugh out loud. He glanced at Du Qingshan, who was swallowed by the fire, and shook his head. Unfortunately, he couldn't find what he wanted from his mind. Miss Zhou had set up a restriction in his mind. Even if he destroyed his martial arts, it would be useless, so he just destroyed it. The huge surge of merit just now was definitely not caused by Du Qingshan. No matter how powerful a person was, they couldn't give him so many merit points. It must be because of Heaven Repairing Tower. Even if Heaven Repairing Tower didn't collapse, it would be greatly damaged and unable to do evil anymore. Chu Li speculated that Heaven Repairing Tower's organizational structure must be highly concentrated, and its survival depended on Du Qingshan. If Du Qingshan lived, then Heaven Repairing Tower would live. If Du Qingshan died, then Heaven Repairing Tower would be destroyed. According to common sense, Du Qingshan had this jade pendant and was the only one in the world who could use inner energy. It was enough for him to run amok in the world and be invincible. Even if he was injured, he could easily escape. Unfortunately, the world was fickle. He met Chu Li and died in the blink of an eye. He waited for Du Qingshan to completely turn into ashes. He extended his palm, and a pit appeared. He waved his long sleeves, and a strong wind swept the ashes into the pit. He waved his long sleeves again, and sand fell into the pit, forming a huge mound in the blink of an eye. He pressed his right palm lightly. It was as if there was a huge hammer in the air that fiercely hit the mound. The tall mound shrunk to half its original size and height, forming a grave. Chu Li pondered for a while and took another stone. He formed a sword with his fingers and carved the words Du Qingshan's tomb on the stone. Then he stuck it in front of the grave and bowed to the grave with his palms pressed together. He appeared in Rui Temple in the next moment. Zhao Yanqing and his family were looking left and right, looking for Chu Li. Seeing him suddenly appear, Princess Anfu hurriedly said, "Great Master, what happened just now?" Zhao Yanqing said, "Did that heaven-mending tower's lord make a move?" Chu Li pressed his palms together and smiled. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. The owner of the Heaven Repairing Tower has already died by my hands. The Heaven Repairing Tower is no longer a threat." "Really?" Zhao Yanqing took a step forward and grabbed Chu Li's sleeve. Chu Li took a step back and smiled. "The head of the Heaven Repairing Tower is Du Qingshan, who was sent into reincarnation by me. Unless there's a substitute, the Heaven Repairing Tower is no longer a threat. Without a leader, they're no longer a threat. Thank the heavens." Zhao Yanqing was overjoyed and laughed out loud. "Gu Yuanhe, bring the wine." "Yes." Gu Yuanhe hurriedly answered. Zhao Yanqing smiled and said, "Master, you don't abstain from alcohol, right?" Chu Li smiled and nodded. "It's all right. Then accompany me for a drink." Zhao Yanqing laughed loudly and said, "Such good news. If there is no wine, it will really not be enjoyable." Princess Anfu hurriedly said, That's right. Imperial Father, we should drink to our heart's content." Chang Shuhua pulled her sleeve and did not let her squeeze forward. Princess Anfu struggled and saw that Chang Shuhua was staring at her. She helplessly sighed. "Imperial Mother, I am pouring wine for Master and Imperial Father. There's no need for you," Chang Shuhua said. Princess Anfu resentfully said, "All right, I won't drink." Chang Shuhua smiled and said to Gu Yuanhe, who came in with a jar of wine, "Just pour a bowl for each person." Gu Yuanhe respectfully nodded in response. Princess Anfu smiled and said, "Imperial Father, Imperial Mother is too nosy. Just listen to your Imperial Mother," Zhao Yanqing said. Princess Anfu scoffed and wisely shut her mouth. Zhao Yanqing looked at Chu Li, who was smiling without saying anything, and sighed. "This little girl is really spoiled by me. She likes to drink and gets drunk the moment she drinks. Even when she's drunk, she still acts like a drunkard." It's really improper. Imperial father. Princess and Fu angrily said. Zhao Yinqing said, you are not allowed to drink in the future. Master, please excuse me. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. Zhao Yinqing picked up his big bowl and clinked it with Chu Li's bowl. He raised his head and drank it in one gulp. He even showed the bottom of the bowl. Chu Li also drank it in one gulp. Sigh. Zhao Yinqing put down his big bowl and let out a long sigh. I've finally gotten rid of this sore point. This DU Empire is still mine. Chu Li smiled, but did not say anything. Zhao Yinqing said, Master, I have another request. Chapter 3887. That's right. A few chancellors echoed. Zhao Yinqing's gaze swept over. It was as sharp as a blade. The elders said helplessly, Your Majesty, we know that your Majesty dotes on Princess Anfu and is reluctant to let her leave, but this is a rare opportunity. Once the two families are married, it will be a rare opportunity for you the Great. An opportunity obtained by marrying off your daughter. It's fine if your Majesty doesn't want it. Zhao Yinqing waved his hand. You the Great is not at that level yet. Your Majesty, if Princess Anfu refuses and doesn't like Meng Guangzhou, it would be too much for us to force her. What if Princess Anfu also likes Meng Guangzhou? Then if we agree to it, it will become their friendship and also take care of you the Great's interests. Wouldn't it be unfortunate to have the best of both worlds? Hey, you wish. Zhao Yinqing harumphed in annoyance. The elder bowed and smiled. Meng Guangzhou is not only talented, he is skilled in both literature and martial arts. He is also extremely handsome. He is a rare match. If Princess Anfu sees him, she will definitely like him. Zhao Yinqing frowned and pondered. Your Majesty, this is an unprecedented opportunity. If we miss it, we will all be you the Great sinners. The elder said slowly with sincerity. Forget it. Let's see how Anfu does. Zhao Yinqing snorted. I will not force her. If she likes him, then marry him. If she doesn't like him, then forget it. Zhao Yinqing snorted. Yes. The chancellors hurriedly bowed. They were very satisfied with this result. It was already a rare achievement to be able to convince the emperor to allow Princess Anfu to see Meng Guangzhou. They believed that Meng Guangzhou would be able to charm Princess Anfu. As for Princess Anfu's personal happiness, it was not that important in their eyes. At their level, feelings were already an insignificant part. The country and the world were more important. If they could use Princess Anfu alone to exchange for you the Great's advancement and reign supreme in the world, they would not hesitate. However, due to the Emperor Zhao Yinqing's dominance, they could not do anything. Princess Anfu had always been immersed in the lunar body tempering technique. She progressed at a tremendous speed, and every day, she could feel the changes in her body. She was becoming stronger and stronger. Even after she left Chu Li's monastery and stopped circulating her vital force, her body was still powerful. In the evening, she arrived at the Xian Yuan Palace Hall, feeling refreshed. She clasped her hands behind her back and gracefully jumped into the hall. She saw Zhao Yinqing frowning with a gloomy face, coldly staring at the memorial in his hand. She took a few steps forward and said with a smile, Father, what's troubling you? Zhao Yinqing raised his head and looked at her. He put down the memorial and smiled. Little girl, you've been practicing martial arts for the past few days. You've been practicing so hard. Can your body take it? Imperial Father, Master is truly amazing. Princess Anfu's eyes lit up as she clicked her tongue in admiration. He's beyond your imagination. Imperial Father. He has remarkable abilities. What kind of amazing things can't he do? How is it beyond imagination? Zhao Yinqing's gloomy face was swept away. He looked her up and down with a smile and nodded with satisfaction. You are more beautiful. That's only the most insignificant. Princess Anfu waved her lily-white hand and said with a smile, Imperial Father, I'm not the same as before. Call Song Kuan over. I want to compete with him. Ha! Zhao Yinqing laughed. Princess Anfu said with dissatisfaction, Imperial Father, what are you laughing at? Do you think I'm joking? You're not joking? Zhao Yinqing said with a smile. Anfu, you've only practiced martial arts for 10 days, but Song Kun has been practicing martial arts for more than 1,000 years. How can you compete with him? Besides, you're a woman, while he's a man with innate divine strength. Imperial Father, you don't believe me? Princess Anfu snorted and said, I'm the disciple of the divine monk. The divine monk is remarkable, but he can't directly save you more than 1,000 years of cultivation, right? Zhao Yinqing shook his head and said with a smile, all right, you can slowly practice for fun. It's fine as long as you don't get sick. As for competing with Song Kun, you should give up on this idea. Imperial Father, this won't do. We must compete today. Princess Anfu said unhappily. Quickly let him in. All right, then let's compete. Zhao Yinqing laughed and said, Song Kun, come in. Your subject is here. Song Kun walked in with large strides. His black bear-like body was vigorous and agile. Greetings, Princess. He bowed. Princess Anfu waved her lily-white hand. Song Kun, let's compete. You're not allowed to go easy on me. This. Song Kun looked at Zhao Yinqing. Zhao Yinqing said, then give her some pointers. Otherwise, she doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. She thinks she's very powerful and goes out to cause trouble. Yes. Song Kun readily agreed. Then this subject will offend you. Chapter 3888. Princess Anfu giggled and waved her hand. You're also very powerful. Song Kun's face turned even redder as he smiled bitterly. Princess, I feel like my body is falling apart. Princess Divine Strength. Princess Anfu smiled like a flower. It's all right. I've only practiced for 12 days and haven't mastered it yet. Princess? Song Kun was surprised. What he desired the most right now was to know who taught the princess. He was very clear about the princess's abilities. She was healthy, lively, energetic, and never idle. However, she did not have such great strength. In just 10 days, she was able to increase her strength to an appalling level. It was simply miraculous. He had already thought of a person, the divine monk Dingru. Only he was so powerful that he could do things that ordinary people could not imagine. Zhao Yinqing snorted. Anfu, you're so cocky. Do you really think you're invincible? Song Kun didn't show his true strength. If he really used a sword, you wouldn't even last one round. Father, I haven't learned sword and saber skills yet, otherwise. Princess Anfu snorted, unconvinced. She only practiced divine moon palm. She asked her master, but her master said she shouldn't bite off more than she could chew. It wasn't the right time to practice sword and saber. Moreover, as a princess, it wasn't her turn to play with sword and saber. She was helpless. She still liked sword and saber. It was very impressive to use it. Unfortunately, her master didn't teach her, so she could only wait. Song Kun, you can leave. Zhao Yinqing said. Song Kun bowed and left. Zhao Yinqing walked out of Xian Yuan Hall and slowly walked forward. Princess Anfu followed him and advised, Father, anger is harmful to your body. It's not worth worrying about the troubles of the world. Zhao Yinqing shook his head. I have to be responsible for the country. How can I only care about my body? How did those guys anger Father? I'll go scold them. Princess Anfu asked. Zhao Yinqing said, it's the Kuin's 18th prince. What does the Kuin's prince have to do with us? Princess Anfu tilted her head and looked at him. I think I've heard of this 18th prince. It said that he's skilled in both literature and martial arts. He's handsome and confident. He seems to be a rare genius. Yes. Zhao Yinqing nodded. He's here. What did he come here for? Princess Anfu raised her curved eyebrows and said with a smile, isn't he afraid of being killed by us? Although it was only the 18th prince, there were many people who wanted him to take over as the crown prince. She had also paid attention to it. It was a rare piece of gossip in the great Kun dynasty, and she loved such gossip the most. I'm here to ask for your hand, said Zhao Yinqing. I want to marry you. Hee hee. Princess Anfu giggled. What a joke. Zhao Yinqing shook his head. Anfu, how could Imperial Father joke with you? It is said that he secretly saw you once and was shocked by your beauty. It was love at first sight, so he disregarded everything and wanted to marry you, even if he might lose his position as the crown prince. Meng Guangzhou had not taken a concubine yet. If he married in Fu now, she would be his legal concubine. This was the first time that the empress of a nation was a princess of the Dayu dynasty. The entire Great Kuan might not be able to accept it. Princess An Fu's smile vanished. How did he see me? I've never seen him. I've only heard of his name. Zhao Yinqing said, now is not the time to talk about this. Ever since he entered the Dayu dynasty, he hasn't stopped for even a moment. What did he do? Princess An Fu frowned. When she heard that this famous genius fell in love with her at first sight, she had a strange feeling in her heart. It was not happiness, nor was it hatred. She just felt strange and uncomfortable. Zhao Yinqing shook his head and said, he specializes in challenging famous martial artists from all over the world and defeating famous martial artists. Until now, he has never lost. Arrogant. Princess An Fu sneered. She could imagine Meng Guangzhou's arrogant look. This marriage proposal was fake. Slapping Yu the Dayu's face was real, and she had become a shield. This was simply despicable and sinister. Zhao Yinqing shook his head and said, unfortunately, those guys are disappointing. None of them can defeat him, even those highly respected top experts. Imperial father, aren't we going to send someone over? Princess An Fu scoffed. There were many top experts in the palace. No matter how powerful Meng Guangzhou was, he was not a match for the experts of the imperial house. They had to make him suffer in order to get back Yu the Dayu's face. Otherwise, Yu the Dayu would be mocked and looked down upon by the world. Even Great Kuan dynasty would have the intention to invade. Zhao Yinqing said, I have already sent the experts of the imperial house over, but unfortunately, it was useless. Chapter 3889. As his mind became clearer, his senses became sharper. The breeze caressed his cheeks, the soil beneath his feet was soft, and the sun shone on his face. It was as if the warmth had seeped into every pore of his body, bit by bit. Then, an intense pain erupted from within her body like a flood bursting through a dam. It was violent and overbearing. In an instant, her vision darkened, and every part of her body was in pain. Every inch of her skin felt like it was being cut into pieces. She could no longer control her instincts and wanted to scream. Unfortunately, her mouth opened and closed like a fish that had landed on the shore. She tried her best to open her mouth, but could not make a sound. She could only helplessly widen her eyes. Chu Li's voice reverberated in the depths of her mind. Let nature take its course. You're not yourself. Go with the flow. The pain is you, and you are the pain. The one suffering is not yourself, but others. These words were deafening and directly drilled into her heart. She hurriedly tried her best to do as he said, and did her best. Unfortunately, it was not that easy. It was too difficult to deceive herself in such a painful state. Time seemed to have stopped. Every second felt like a year. In just an instant, she was drenched in sweat, as if she had just been fished out of the water. Her head was even emitting white steam. Her face was pale, then red, then white, then red like blood. She looked like she would explode at any time. Her eyes had already turned blood red. It was terrifying. Chu Li looked at her calmly and said gently, endure this, and you will truly have the ability to stand in this world. If you can't, then don't mention anything. Although you won't die, you are destined to be unable to stand proudly in this world. Squeak, 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 squeak. Princess An Fu clenched her teeth tighter and tighter. Chu Li nodded. Very good. Hold on. Princess An Fu felt like 10,000 years had passed. Finally, her body suddenly became light, as if it had suddenly disappeared. Only her soul was left. She floated and wished she could fly as high as she could. Chu Li showed a satisfied smile. Master! Princess An Fu hurriedly shouted. Her voice shocked her. She did not expect it to be so hoarse and unpleasant. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Not bad. You made it. Master, what if I can't make it? Princess An Fu scoffed. Her body was flowing with a gurgling aura that was as thick as an arm. Under the circulation of internal energy, there was no part of her body that was not wonderful. She felt as if she was soaking in a hot spring, or as if she was standing in a gentle breeze. It was wonderful and carefree. She understood the situation she was in. Receiving Chu Li's cultivation level empowerment had saved her 1,000 years of hard cultivation and allowed her to reach the top in a single bound. It was truly a marvelous cultivation level empowerment technique, and she had gained a huge advantage. Chu Li said, "If you can't endure it, you'll die. I'll resurrect you. Then I won't have the chance to become this strong, right?" Princess Anfu waved her jade palm, suddenly transforming into a string of palm shadows. She was extremely infatuated with this feeling of power. It was something she had never felt before. This time, her strength was not because of her identity, nor was it because she was a princess, but because of her own strength. Although it was a gift from her master, it still made her feel extremely happy. Chu Li said, "If you can't hold on, you can only cultivate on your own. Take it one step at a time, and you'll eventually end up like this. That will take a long time, right? It can be done no matter how long it takes. Dripping water wears through a stone." "Thank you, Master. I'll go into seclusion here for 2 days and properly digest my cultivation base." "Yes." Princess Anfu respectfully closed fists, saluted, and turned to leave the temple. She quickly went into seclusion to meditate and began to adjust her body. She cultivated the great elemental divine palm over and over again to strengthen her body. In the early morning, Chu Li was slowly practicing his fist technique in the courtyard to recuperate his body. He realized that in this world, his body would become better and better. Even if he was not a person of this world, his body would constantly become perfect under the effect of spiritual energy, and his lifespan would become longer. This was the invisible influence of spiritual energy on lifespan, which made him sigh. He had always wanted to understand it. If he really understood this, his lifespan would be unlimited in the future. It could be said to be the ultimate mystery of heaven and earth. Princess Anfu slowly walked over and closed fist saluted, "Master." Chu Li looked at her from head to toe and nodded in satisfaction. Princess Anfu was like a flawless piece of jade. Her entire body was like a white jade beauty. Her radiance was warm and cold, making people gasp in admiration but not dare to approach her. Her temperament had already become independent and complete. This was the cultivation that was completely fused with attraction skill. Her cultivation base had greatly improved. She could come and go freely in this world and walk freely. Chapter 3890. What fate? Princess Anfu said coldly. "I meet people selling steamed buns every day. Is this fate?" Meng Guangzhou chuckled. "Princess's words are interesting." Princess Anfu coldly glared at him and said disdainfully, "Don't try to get close to me. Go, I'm going back to the palace." "Princess came from Rui Temple, right?" Meng Guangzhou smiled. "So what?" Princess Anfu cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "What? Do you want to challenge my master?" "So Princess has already become a disciple of great Master Dingru." Meng Guangzhou smiled and nodded. "It seems that this great Master Dingru does have some ability to catch the princess's eye. It's not up to you to judge my master." Princess Anfu said coldly, "As for asking for advice from my master, you're not qualified. Ask your master to come. My master won't leave the country so easily." Meng Guangzhou shook his head and smiled. "Moreover, it's still uncertain whether great Master Dingru is worthy of my master's help. If he comes rashly, it will only cause chaos. It's good that you know." Princess Anfu snorted. "If we don't get along, it's unnecessary to say more. Goodbye." She turned around and walked back, taking another path. Meng Guangzhou hurriedly said, "Princess, wait." Princess Anfu, however, ignored him and continued to walk towards the back. Meng Guangzhou's feet were light, and he flashed in front of Princess Anfu. As he retreated, he said earnestly, "Why is Princess unwilling to marry me? If we really get married, it will be a great blessing for the people of both countries, right? What does it have to do with me whether the people are blessed or not?" Princess Anfu glared at him unhappily. "You won't really give the people good fortune just because my name has the word Fu in it, right?" She never flaunted her love for the people. and this would become a great weakness, so she could not reveal it. What about Great Zhao's world? Meng Guangzhou said. If we get married, I think Great Zhao's world will be more stable, and you the Great will be more stable and prosperous, right? I'm just a weak woman. I don't care about the Zhao family or the world. Princess Anfu snorted. Don't even think about it. Ed. Iqiao. Call. Tattoo mold. Princess. There are countless benefits to our marriage. Meng Guangzhou sighed. Why can't you think about it properly? No matter how many benefits there are, I don't care. Princess Anfu cast a sidelong glance at him and said, I don't like you. How can I marry you? Why does the princess dislike me? Meng Guangzhou was puzzled. He felt that he was handsome, confident, and well-versed in both the pen and the sword. His martial skills had reached an astonishing level, and he was almost invincible. It could be said that he was the dream man of countless women. Princess Anfu didn't even put him in her eyes at all. It was really strange that he couldn't arouse her interest. Princess Anfu snorted and said, I can't bear to see you act like you're number one in the world. My master is so powerful, almost like a god, yet he still acts humble. You're far too lacking. Meng Guangzhou shook his head disapprovingly. Your teacher might be older, so he's more mellow. Besides, a person who cultivates the Dharma would naturally be more peaceful. Princess Anfu curled her red lips and snorted. You're just shallow and ignorant. Do you really think that your three-legged cat martial skill is invincible in the world? Hee. Meng Guangzhou smiled proudly. Earlier, he was still worried that you the Great had hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and that there might be some extraordinary people who could defeat him. However, after these few days of challenges and provocations, he realized that he was worried for nothing. You the Great was just a paper tiger. He looked scary, but in reality, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. At this moment, a loud shout came from afar. Meng Guangzhou! Meng Guangzhou and Princess Anfu turned their heads to look. The crowd on the street surged. Three young muscular men broke through the crowd like owls and appeared in front of the two of them. The three of them were tall and sturdy like black bears. Their figures were about the same size as Song Kuan. Their faces were pitch black, and they were invisible in the night. Their eyes were bright and full of expression, like burning candles. Meng Guangzhou glanced at the three of them and said with a frown, Who are you? Tell me your name. The young muscular man in the lead said coldly, I can't defeat you, so I don't have the face to tell you my name. Come, let me experience your martial skill. As soon as he said that, he took a step forward and clenched his fists. His two large fists were like two iron hammers. Watch my fist. He waved his fists like he was waving iron hammers and smashed them towards Meng Guangzhou. Chapter 3892. Haha. Then I will wait for the princess challenge. Meng Guangzhou laughed. Princess Anfu coldly glared at him and strode away. The eyes of the surrounding people were filled with curiosity. Princess Anfu's name was well known in the capital. They all knew that she was the emperor's most beloved daughter. She had done many ridiculous things, but she was kind-hearted and would not bully others. However, they did not expect that Princess Anfu was a martial arts expert and wanted to challenge Meng Guangzhou. Princess Anfu's status was noble, and the guards around her were all powerful people. It was inevitable that she would learn some moves, so it was impossible for her to defeat Meng Guangzhou. Looking at her delicate appearance, a gust of wind could blow her away. They were curious, but also worried that she would be stupid and challenge Meng Guangzhou. Meng Guangzhou looked at Princess Anfu's graceful back and became more and more excited. If Princess Anfu was an ordinary, superficial woman who would be infatuated with him when she saw him, he would not be tempted. Mediocre rouge and powder were not worthy of him being tempted. This kind of maverick, unique way of doing things and thinking was even more charming, even more worth pursuing. Princess Anfu's face was gloomy. She quickly passed through the crowd and returned to the imperial palace. She went straight to the announcement hall. Inside the announcement hall, Zhao Yinqing coldly stared at Song Kuan with a gloomy face. Song Kuan lowered his head and stood with his hands hanging by his side. Imperial father. Princess Anfu directly crossed the threshold and entered the hall shouting, I am so angry. She did not need to be announced and could directly enter the hall. Gu Yuanhe gave her a look, but she did not care and casually said, Imperial father, what mistake did Commander Song make? Zhao Yinqing's expression relaxed and revealed a smile. Who made you angry? It's that Meng Guangzhao. Princess Anfu angrily said, That guy's too arrogant. Zhao Yinqing's face sank. You met him? Yes, I met him. Princess Anfu curled her lips. He's overestimating himself. He even wanted to go find Master, but in the end, he ran into me outside. Coincidentally, the 3 heroes of the Tong clan challenged him and were defeated by him. That simple and savage strength really makes people want to vomit. This Meng Guangzhao is arrogant, but he indeed has true ability. Zhao Yinqing said slowly, Looks like it's hard to avoid having Master take action in the end. Princess Anfu waved her lily-white hand. There's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. I can deal with him. You defeated him? Zhao Yinqing frowned. Princess Anfu immediately hung her head dejectedly and sighed. No, Master didn't let me make a move. He wanted me to wait. There must be a reason for that. Zhao Yinqing nodded slowly. Princess Anfu said hatefully, If it weren't for Master's words, I really would have smashed Meng Guangzhao's face into pieces. Princess. Song Kuan hesitated. Princess Anfu said, What mistake did Commander Song commit? Song Kuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. I have already secretly made a move. I changed my appearance and fought with him. In the end, I suffered a crushing defeat. He motioned to his right arm. His right arm was drooping inside his sleeve, unable to be lifted. In order to let Princess Anfu see clearly, he held up his right arm with his left hand and wrapped up his entire wrist and fist. A strong smell of medicine gushed out. He smiled bitterly and said, My fist, wrist, elbow, and even shoulder are all heavily injured. I'm afraid it'll take a month to recover. Such heavy injuries? Princess Anfu was surprised. Then, she thought of the injuries of the eldest of the 3 heroes of the Tong family. She frowned and said, You were directly hit by his fist, right? Yes. Song Kuan said slowly, Princess, your divine strength is astonishing, but compared to him, you're still lacking a lot. If you really fight, I'm afraid you'll also end up with similar injuries. So Princess must be cautious. He had personally fought with Princess Anfu before, so he was clear about Princess Anfu's strength. She was indeed stronger than him, but compared to Meng Guangzhao, she was still quite lacking. She was definitely not his opponent. He absolutely did not wish to see Princess Anfu injured by Meng Guangzhao. Even if she was not injured, she would still be defeated. That would be even more humiliating, and the entire Yu dynasty would not be able to raise its head. I'm not the same as before. Princess Anfu said with certainty, I can definitely beat him. Her strength was not just a little bit stronger, it was an earth-shattering change. Bystanders could not understand it. Since Song Kuan said so, it's best if you don't make a move, Zhao Yinqing said. Princess Anfu snorted and said, If it wasn't for Master today, he would have gone back dead. Anfu. Zhao Yinqing frowned. Princess Anfu said, Imperial father, since Master told me to take care of him, then I'll definitely be able to defeat him. Does Imperial father still not believe in Master? All right. Zhao Yinqing slowly nodded. Song Kuan hesitated, but did not dare to say anything more. Right now, Ding Ru Divine Monk's prestige was unparalleled, and he was deeply trusted by the Emperor. There was no point in saying anything more. Imperial father, I'm going into seclusion for 3 days. Princess Anfu said, After I come out, I'll ruthlessly take care of Meng Guangzhao. All right. Zhao Yinqing nodded. The sun was setting in the west, its rays illuminating the courtyard. Princess Anfu opened the courtyard door and slowly walked out of the small courtyard. This small courtyard in her palace was quiet and serene. Once one stepped into the courtyard, one would be isolated from worldly affairs. Once one stepped out of the courtyard, one would begin to participate in worldly affairs. The two maids outside the courtyard bowed. Princess, you don't need to follow me. I'm going to see Imperial Father. Princess Anfu waved her hand. The two maids whispered, His Majesty has been throwing a tantrum for the past 3 days and has punished many officials. Princess, be careful. What's the matter? Princess Anfu asked casually. It seems to be because of Dakuan's 18th prince, Meng Guangzhou. It's him again. Is it because no one can defeat him? Yes, all the famous experts of the capital have challenged him, but no one has won. I understand. She waved her hand and strode to Origin Announcement Hall. Inside Origin Announcement Hall, the atmosphere was oppressive and heavy, as if it had frozen. A group of officials stood in 2 rows, silent and dumbstruck, allowing Zhao Yinqing to wantonly ridicule the capital's martial arts experts. Your Majesty, Princess Anfu has come out of seclusion. Gu Yuana entered the hall and said in a low voice. The atmosphere in the hall immediately relaxed. All the officials knew that once Princess Anfu came, the emperor's mood would improve. No matter how serious the matter was, he would temporarily put it aside. Imperial Father, Princess Anfu strode into the hall and said with a charming smile, I've come out of seclusion. I could take care of that, Meng Guangzhou. She glanced at the officials, nodded slightly, and walked through them to the bottom of the steps. Then, she directly climbed the steps and came to Zhao Yinqing's side. She hugged his arm. This time I wanted to go back to Great Kuan lying down. Zhao Yinqing shook his head, and a smile appeared on his taut face. Anyone can talk big. In the past 3 days, all the experts who were defeated by Meng Guangzhou were full of big talk, but in the end, they were completely defeated. Princess Anfu said, challenging him again? She shook her head and said, I'll write a challenge to him now. I want to compete with him in the capital's martial arts arena. She was now full of confidence and wished that she could defeat Meng Guangzhou right now. Anfu, do you really want to do this? Zhao Yinqing asked. Princess Anfu said, that's more satisfying. Okay, Zhao Yinqing said. Then let's do it tomorrow. Princess Anfu beamed and let go of his shoulder. Then I'll go see Master. Go ahead, Zhao Yinqing said with a smile. Princess Anfu ran down the steps and went straight out of the hall. All the officials frowned and looked at each other. They silently communicated with each other, revealing worried expressions. They all wanted each other to say something to stop this absurd action. Chapter 3893. However, everyone knew the emperor's temper. He was extremely obedient and pampered Princess Anfu. Since he had already promised Princess Anfu, it would not be easy for them to stop him. They looked at each other in dismay, communicating with each other through their eyes. None of them were foolish enough to step forward and touch the bad luck. Just now, the emperor had already flown into a rage. If Princess Anfu hadn't come over, it was hard to say who he would punish. At this time, the emperor's mood was still good, but he hadn't vented his anger yet. If anyone dared to disobey him, it was guaranteed that they would have to bear the thunderous rage that he had accumulated earlier. In the end, no one dared to persuade him. They could only watch as Zhao Yinqing gave the decree to the Ministry of Rights. At noon tomorrow, there would be a competition outside Qingyang Gate. Princess Anfu would challenge Dakuan's 18th prince, Meng Guangzhou. Everyone sighed helplessly. Since the emperor had already issued the decree, there was no point in saying anything more. They could only watch helplessly. This time, Princess Anfu had lost a lot of face. No one knew what would happen next. But fortunately, she was only a woman. Even if she lost, it didn't matter. Princess Anfu came to Rui Temple lightly and saw Chuli transplanting trees in the temple. After 3 days, it had changed greatly. The entire Rui Temple was fresher and more pleasant. The outside of Rui Temple and the inside seemed to be 2 different worlds. Stepping out of the Rui Temple, it was bustling with noise and bustle. There was an endless stream of horses and carriages, children shouting and scolding, adults scolding, the sound of people haggling, and the laughter of friends meeting. Once inside Rui Temple, the clamor outside disappeared as if it was isolated from the world. It was deep in the mountains and forests. The air was fresh and pleasant. Smelling it refreshed one's spirit. The birds on the old trees chirped occasionally. One's heart calmed down. All worldly matters disappeared and worries disappeared. Master. She came to Chu Li's side and smiled. I'm out. Chu Li sized her up and nodded in satisfaction. Very good. You've grown up. Are you ready to fight Meng Wanzhou? Yes. Princess Anfu said hatefully. If we don't defeat him, our Yu dynasty will lose all face. Those guys are so disappointing. None of them can defeat Meng Wanzhou. Chu Li smiled. Meng Wanzhou is really capable. Can I really defeat him? Princess Anfu asked. Chu Li nodded. You will. As he spoke, he turned around and walked away. Princess Anfu followed him to Chu Li's small courtyard. She watched him enter the living room, then took out a jade pendant and handed it to her. Master, this is? Princess Anfu asked. Chu Li said, this is a protective talisman. Keep it safe and don't give it to anyone. Don't worry, Master. How could I give something that Master gave to me to someone else? Princess Anfu hurriedly nodded and carefully received the jade pendant. She felt a cool and refreshing aura drilling into her palm and circling around her body. Her body immediately felt lighter. She immediately knew that it was a treasure and became even more excited. Master, is this a treasure? Chu Li nodded. It's a unique treasure. Thank you, Master. Princess Anfu placed it in front of her eyes and sized it up for a while. Then, she beamed with joy and tied it around her neck. She felt a refreshing aura everywhere, and then the surrounding spiritual energy began to enter through her pores. Go, Chu Li said, defeat him, but don't kill him, lest it causes a conflict between the two countries. Yes, Princess Anfu said loudly. She turned around and strode out of the compliance temple. When she walked out of the temple, she suddenly felt something strange. There was still spiritual energy entering through her pores. Originally, when she stepped out of the compliance temple, the spiritual energy would no longer recognize her and would no longer enter her body. However, this time, it still entered. This spiritual energy would be converted into inner energy and continuously provide her with strength. She was overjoyed and looked down at her neck. She knew that this was because of the jade pendant. She immediately became 100 times more confident. With the continuous support of inner energy, it was impossible for her to fail. Noon. There was a huge martial arts field outside Qingyang Gate. At the northernmost part of the field was a high platform used to inspect the soldiers. Usually, the emperor's martial arts field was at Qingyang Gate's martial arts field. At this time, the martial arts field was already overcrowded. Under the densely packed crowd, whispers formed a buzzing sound. Near the high platform, many high-ranking officials dressed in cloth clothes stood, and behind them were densely packed protectors. Zhao Yinxing and Princess Anfu stood by the stairs leading to the high platform with a solemn expression. Gu Yuanhe stood beside them and occasionally raised his head to look into the distance. This Meng Wanzhou, how dare he? Song Kuan said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, this subject will go and urge him. No need, Zhao Yinxing said coldly. His expression was gloomy, and his eyes were cold. He snorted and said, Anfu, can you defeat him? Don't worry, Imperial Father. Princess Anfu's beautiful face was tense as she snorted and said, This Meng Guangzhou is purposely trying to damage our dignity. Then treat him well later and let him have a taste of our Yu, the great passion. Zhao Yinxing said coldly through gritted teeth. The buzzing sound outside was endless, but the high-ranking officials near the martial arts field were as silent as cicadas in winter. They did not say a word, and the atmosphere was oppressive. They could all feel the Emperor Zhao Yinxing's anger. They secretly scolded this Meng Guangzhou for being too arrogant and treating the entire Yu the Great as nothing. The 18th Prince of Dakuan has arrived. A long shout suddenly sounded. The voice was like a bronze bell, and it reverberated throughout the martial arts field. The buzzing sound slowly dissipated, and the crowd automatically opened up a path. 8 well-built guards walked in front, gently fanning the white jade folding fan in their hands. Meng Guangzhou, dressed in blue, with a handsome smile on his face, walked behind them. He was as elegant as a noble young master, and behind him, there were 8 more guards following closely. Surrounded by 16 guards, Meng Guangzhou leisurely walked to the steps of the high platform. He closed his folding fan and cupped his fist with a smile. "Greetings, Your Majesty, Your Highness." Zhao Yinqing nodded with a dark face and could not be bothered to respond. Although he was filled with anger, if he reprimanded them so bluntly, he would lose his magnanimous bearing, especially in front of the great Kuan prince. Therefore, he could only suppress his anger and look at them coldly. He wanted Anfu to help him vent his anger. Princess Anfu snorted and said, "Stop dilly-dallying. As a man, you are more troublesome than a woman. Hurry up and go up." "Your Highness, do you really want to compete with me?" Meng Guangzhou smiled and said, "I am a man who has tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Stop, gather, govern, take care of 9, knock on the rotten bones of the barbarians and arrogant, die." Hua Meng Guangzhou squinted his eyes and looked at her deeply. "All right, let's learn from each other." He leaped up the steps and onto the platform in 2 steps. His movements were smooth and graceful, and he was like a sparrow hawk flying up. Princess Anfu curled her red lips and tapped the ground with the tip of her toes. Her body was like a white crane, and she flew up into the sky. She was 3 meters above the platform and landed lightly on the ground. She was silent like a feather. Everyone was silent for a moment, and then they cheered loudly. They had never seen such a qing gong that defied common sense. It was as if there was an invisible rope hanging from above, but there was no rope. They could not imagine how he did it. Chapter 3894. Meng Guangzhou's expression changed slightly. He asked himself if he could do this. This was simply unimaginable. Even if he was strong and had amazing divine strength, almost unrivaled like an overlord, surpassing his master by a lot, he still could not do this. How did Princess Anfu do it? Princess Anfu waved her hand. "Come, hurry up and do it. Don't just stand there." "This." Meng Guangzhou smiled. "Princess, may I ask, what martial art is this? It's so light and graceful like dancing, it's really stunning." Princess Anfu cast a sidelong glance at him. "You're really disgusting. It's obviously a mysterious martial art, but you insist on saying it's a dance. You have to belittle and suppress it to show off your ability." Meng Guangzhou was unmoved. He said with a smile, "As far as this one knows, there are no martial arts in the world that can do this. Only those who specialize in dancing can have such beautiful dance steps." All right, whatever you say, let's do it," Princess Anfu said impatiently. "What's the point of talking? Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and do it." Meng Guangzhou was embarrassed by her words. He coughed lightly and cupped his fists. "Then this one will have to offend you." Princess Anfu waved her hand, signaling him to stop. Close, frame," Meng Guangzhou said. "It's better for Princess to make the first move. Otherwise, Princess won't have a chance to make the first move. That would be my fault." Hee. Princess Anfu sneered. "If you don't make the first move, then you really won't have a chance to make the first move. Princess, please." Meng Guangzhou smiled. Princess Anfu lightly stomped her foot. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. A crack appeared on the ground. This martial arts platform was made of blue stone, hard and firm. With this stomp, a crack appeared on the blue stone. Meng Guangzhou thought he could smash it with a hammer, but this was just a light stomp from her foot. He couldn't do this no matter what. How much power did this petite body contain? "You still want me to make the first move?" Princess Anfu took a step forward. A clear footprint was branded on the blue stone. It went all the way to her instep, showing how deep the footprint was. "Admirable." Meng Guangzhou slowly cupped his fists. His voice was hoarse. Princess Anfu said, "Then hurry up. Don't give way, it's so troublesome." She rubbed her stomach impatiently. "I'm already hungry. What are you waiting for? This one will admit defeat," Meng Guangzhou said. Princess Anfu revealed an astonished expression, Admit defeat? Meng Guangzhou nodded and looked at the blue stone floor. Can I touch this stone? Princess Anfu said, It's a stone. You can touch it if you want. If you can't, you can take it back and slowly enjoy it. RDU doesn't lack this stone. That's good. Meng Guangzhou smiled and said, Then I will dig this stone and bring it back. Keep digging, keep digging. Princess Anfu said, Do you really want to admit defeat? She understood what Meng Guangzhou was trying to do. He wanted to use the marks on the stone to find out the level and depth of her martial arts. He also wanted to see if it was real or fake, and if it was a trick. Princess, I am inferior to you in terms of divine strength. Meng Guangzhou nodded happily and turned to face the crowd. He cupped his fists and said, Everyone can be witnesses. This humble Prince Meng Guangzhou, the 18th Prince of Dakoan, is no match for Princess Anfu today. Princess Anfu frowned and sized him up suspiciously. This Meng Guangzhou was flexible and shameless. He was truly frightening. More importantly, he was incomparably sinister. For him to admit defeat like this, in the eyes of outsiders, it was not that she had defeated him, but that he was letting her win. This instead showed his open-mindedness and magnanimity, displaying his outstanding bearing. Princess Anfu sneered and said, When you say you admit defeat, others will think that you are letting me win. With her inner force circulating, her eyes and ears were especially sharp. Haha, it looks like even heroes have a weakness for beauties. After seeing a beauty like Princess Anfu, any man would not be able to do it. There is nothing wrong with admitting defeat on the spot. That's right. Princess Anfu does not need to make a move. If she appears in front of him, he will admit defeat. What do you guys think? Can Princess Anfu defeat him? Fighting and killing is a man's business. How noble and pampered is Her Highness? How can she fight and kill a man? She probably can't defeat him. This Meng Guangzhou is truly a monster. So many famous masters could not even block a single move from him. Could it be that our Yu dynasty really does not have anyone? Isn't there the princess? Once the princess made a move, she subdued him in an instant. This Meng Guangzhou has tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Hearing this, Princess Anfu's jade-like face became even more tense as she glared at him. Then what should we do? Meng Guangzhou acted helpless. He shook his head and said with a smile, How about we really fight? He was secretly pleased. Even if Princess Anfu's martial arts were powerful and her divine strength was astonishing, she was still not his opponent. She was just a boorish person with pure martial arts strength. Tactics and intelligence were the source of power. His combination of civil and martial arts was the foundation of his success in every endeavor. By admitting defeat in advance, he had turned the disadvantageous situation into an advantageous one. She could not possibly make a move after he admitted defeat, right? Even if he was no match for her, others would think that he deliberately let her win. It would not be a loss of face. Truly despicable. Princess Anfu said coldly, Small tricks, laughable. As she spoke, she suddenly waved her sleeve. Bang! Meng Guangzhou shot into the distance, as if he was thrown by a catapult. Oh! Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Their gazes followed Meng Guangzhou as he flew into the distance. Meng Guangzhou flew more than 100 meters in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground with a bang. Everyone buzzed in discussion. They found it hard to believe. They could not imagine how much power was needed to throw a man more than 100 meters away. Furthermore, Her Highness had only waved her sleeve as if she did not even touch him. Could it be that the two of them were putting on a show? However, this was also impossible. No matter how far Meng Guangzhou could jump, it was impossible for him to jump more than 100 meters. This had already exceeded their imagination. After Meng Guangzhou crashed heavily onto the ground, he used his arms to support himself so that his head did not hit the ground first. Even so, falling from a height of more than a dozen meters still dislocated his internal organs and caused him to spit out blood. Princess Anfu floated down from the platform. Everyone was even more shocked when they saw this. This was not a platform that was 1 or 2 meters tall. It was 10 meters tall and allowed one to see even further. Jumping down was too dangerous. However, she landed on the ground like a feather and slowly walked forward. Everyone could not help but make a path for her. It was as if she was walking slowly with a water-dispelling pearl in her hand. Everyone's gazes followed her and landed on Meng Guangzhou. Meng Guangzhou was lying on the ground, spitting out blood. His face was pale, and his forehead was already dripping with sweat. He was also unyielding. He was in extreme pain, but he forcefully endured the humiliation and did not scream. Otherwise, he would have lost all of De Kuen's face. However, he was at a loss at this moment. Princess Anfu stood in front of him and snorted with her head lowered. Meng Guangzhou, with this little bit of ability of yours, you can't even withstand a single blow. You still dare to come to our Yu dynasty to strut around? You are truly a frog in a well. Princess, what kind of martial art is this? Meng Guangzhou clenched his teeth and asked with a hoarse voice. Princess Anfu snorted. It's useless even if you know. After you recover, quickly get out of Yu dynasty. After she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Everyone parted to make a path again and watched as she walked out. Then, loud cheers came one after another like thunder. The entire martial arts field seemed to be boiling. Ministry of Rights, take good care of young Master Meng. Zhao Yinqing shouted loudly. Let young Master Meng recuperate properly. Yes. An old man among the ministers cupped his fists and bowed. He was beaming with joy. All the ministers stroked their beards and laughed. Chapter 3895. Zhao Yinqing walked in front of Meng Guangzhou. Meng Guangzhou's face was pale, but he still maintained his poise. He struggled to stand up and closed fists saluted with a smile. Congratulations, Your Majesty. I didn't expect Princess Anfu to be so powerful. Zhao Yinqing said plainly. Yu dynasty is different from your Great Kuen. Great Kuen has always followed the law of the jungle. The strong are respected. Yes. Meng Guangzhou wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and forced himself to stay alert. He suppressed the pain in his organs and said slowly, Great Kuen has always respected the strong. Zhao Yinqing said, Our Yu the Great pays particular attention to being upright and peaceful, gentle and smooth like jade, concealing his sharpness. Thank you, Meng Guangzhou said slowly. Zhao Yinqing shook his head and said, He won't easily make a move unless it's a critical moment. The experts on our side are all like this. Hiding their strength and not revealing their strength is the highest realm. This time, you were overbearing, forcing in Fu to reveal his methods. Meng Guangzhou smiled. Zhao Yinqing said, Do you still think you're worthy of Anfu? Meng Guangzhou took a deep breath and closed fists saluted. I may not be talented, but I know not to be arrogant in victory or discouraged in defeat. It doesn't matter if I lose this time. I will eventually catch up to the princess. Good ambition. Zhao Yinqing nodded, then go back and train well. Train for 1,000 years and then come back again. I will. Meng Guangzhou said slowly. Zhao Yinqing waved his sleeve and turned to leave. Song Kuan brought his guards and followed behind them. Everyone bowed and paid their respects. After Zhao Yinqing left, the martial arts field became even noisier. People did not want to leave for a long time. No one paid attention to the pale and haggard Meng Guangzhou. He was so weak in front of Princess Anfu that he was not worthy of their attention. They felt that he would never be able to defeat Princess Anfu. However, they were worried. Princess Anfu was so powerful. What kind of son-in-law would she find in the future to subdue her? Then, people became curious. How did Princess Anfu learn this magical ability? Why did the princes and princes not have it? Otherwise, they would have jumped out to teach Meng Guangzhou a lesson. Ruyi Temple's name was mentioned. Princess Anfu had already returned to Ruyi Temple. When she entered the main hall of Ruyi Temple, she saw Chu Li sitting on a cattail hassock and chanting in a low voice. She carefully sat on the cattail hassock opposite him and quietly waited for him. The hall was spacious and empty. There were only a few golden Buddha statues and a few prayer mats. Apart from that, there was nothing else. A faint fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing the mind and calming the mind. After a while, Chu slowly opened his eyes. Master. Princess Anfu said excitedly. I defeated Meng Guangzhou. Chu gently nodded. Princess Anfu stared at his face. Is Master unhappy? What's there to be happy about defeating Meng Guangzhou? Chu shook his head. You should be satisfied now. You don't want to cultivate anymore, do you? Of course not. Princess Anfu hurriedly said, I feel that cultivating is very interesting, much more interesting than strolling around the capital. Master, I want to continue cultivating. Chu said, You've almost mastered the lunar body tuning technique. It's time for you to cultivate something else. Princess Anfu's eyes immediately lit up. Master, what should I practice? Cultivate the heavenly spirit scripture. Chu muttered. He had already thought about it. Princess Anfu's body was almost cultivated enough for her to cultivate higher-level antique studies. Moreover, the spiritual energy in this world was so rich that cultivating the heavenly spirit scripture was the best. More importantly, there was the 100,000 hills. This world had the 100,000 hills. Once she cultivated the heavenly spirit scripture, it was very likely that she could enter the 100,000 hills and use the 100,000 hills for her own use. It would be a great help to Princess Anfu. Heavenly spirit scripture? Princess Anfu muttered. Chu shook his head and said, It's good that you've heard of it. Yes, Master. I will never teach it to anyone, not even my father or mother. Princess Anfu said. Chu smiled. I'll teach you the technique. As he said that, he gently tapped her forehead with his finger. Since she wanted to have a connection with the 100,000 hills, she could not use the distraction technique to secretly cultivate the heavenly spirit scripture. It was better for her to cultivate it herself. It would be pure. After an hour, Princess Anfu came to her senses. Chu said, Go ahead. It doesn't matter where you cultivate. Master, I'll come here to cultivate. Cultivating in the Rui Temple is especially fast, Princess Anfu said. Chu nodded. It's up to you. Princess Anfu smiled and said, Shall I bring some books over? Chu smiled. Princess Anfu knew that he liked to read, so she often brought some books from the palace's treasury. There were all kinds of books. There were all kinds of things written on them. Some of them were even about the planting of plants. He was able to read them with great interest, which greatly surprised Princess Anfu. Princess Anfu bid farewell and left. Just as she opened the main door of the Rui Temple, she was stunned. She saw people kneeling in front of the Rui Temple. There were close to 100 people. Hearing the door open, everyone quickly looked up. When they saw it was Princess Anfu, they were overjoyed. They heard that Princess Anfu was the disciple of the Rui Temple's abbot, the divine monk Ding Ru, so they came to kneel to show their sincerity. They could not miss such a divine skill. In this world, only someone as remarkable as the divine monk Ding Ru could teach such a divine skill. Princess Anfu frowned and glanced at them. She scoffed, What are you doing? Master won't be giving lectures in the near future. He needs to cultivate in isolation. If there's anything, we'll talk about it later. A handsome young man, closed fist, saluted. Your Highness, will the master continue to accept disciples? I've never heard master say that. Princess Anfu said, You want to become his disciple? Yes, yes. The handsome young man nodded. Your Highness, we want to cultivate martial arts with the master. Oh, we specialize in martial arts. Princess Anfu said, Then I can say it now. The master will not teach others martial arts. You may leave. We want to meet the master and ask him face to face, the handsome young man said. Princess Anfu scoffed. Zhengji, what are you doing? What are you doing? Go back and be a corporal. This handsome young man was a squad leader of the Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards were all descendants of meritorious officials. Their loyalty was unquestionable. However, because of their extraordinary background, their training was not strict enough and their skills were sloppy. Zhengji had a bit of a relationship with the Empress. He was good at opportunism and kept sticking to the father-in-law's residence. Therefore, he was familiar with Princess Anfu. He knew that Princess Anfu was easygoing, So he spoke casually. Zheng Ji said, "Can't Master Dingru see him?" Princess Anfu said, "The master has been in isolation recently. He won't see outsiders." "Then when will he come out?" Zheng Ji asked. "Who knows?" Princess Anfu said, "It could be a year or so, or it could be 8 to 10 years, or even 100 to 1,000 years." Zheng Ji glanced at the people around him and scoffed. "So many of us have knelt down to invite him, but he can't let the master see us?" Amitabha, a Buddhist chant rang out, ringing in everyone's ears. Chapter 3896. Princess Anfu, "Master!" Chuli nodded and glanced at the crowd. He smiled. "Almsgivers, may I know why you're kneeling here?" "Master, I'm Zheng Ji. I want to be your disciple." "Oh." Chuli raised his eyebrows and smiled as he looked at him. He shook his head. "Almsgiver Zheng, your foundation is not good enough. I can't accept you." "Master?" Zheng Ji was surprised. "My foundation is too bad." "Yes." Chuli nodded. "You want to be my disciple and cultivate martial arts?" "Yes." Zheng Ji nodded. "Although I'm interested in Dharma, I know my comprehension is not good enough to understand the subtleties of Dharma." Chuli shook his head and said, "Martial arts also requires an extremely high level of comprehension. Otherwise, it would all be in vain." Zheng Ji frowned. "If that's the case, my comprehension is not good enough to cultivate the master's martial arts." Chuli shook his head. "Almsgiver Zheng and I are not fated." "Then how can I be fated with the master?" Zheng Ji asked. Chuli smiled. "Whether there is fate or not is not determined by man, but by God's will. You can't go against God's will." "Master, aren't you known to be omnipotent? There must be a way." Zheng Ji said, "As long as I can cultivate martial arts with the master, I can pay any price." Chuli pressed his palms together and bowed. "I can only apologize, Almsgiver Zheng. There are many paths in the world. It's not just my path, but only the master has such a profound martial arts technique." Zheng Ji said, "I want to learn a profound martial arts technique to serve the imperial court." Chuli smiled and shook his head. He looked at the crowd and said, "Almsgivers, I don't have any plans to accept a disciple. Please leave." "Master, think about it again. It's a waste to not use such a profound martial arts technique." Zheng Ji said. "Zheng Ji, shut up." Princess Anfu said angrily, "Do you want to force the master to accept a disciple? Even the emperor won't do that. The emperor must want the master to pass on this martial arts technique to benefit the entire Yu dynasty." Chuli smiled and shook his head. "Even if the emperor made such a request, I would still reject it. Almsgiver Zheng, please leave." He glanced at the crowd, put his palms together, and bowed with a smile. Then he turned around and returned to the Rui temple. None of them had any intention of leaving. "Since the great master doesn't want to accept a disciple, let's just forget about it," someone said in a low voice. "No, if we let it go so easily, our hearts won't be firm enough. Naturally, we'll be looked down upon by the Grand Master, and we won't have another chance." Could this be the Grand Master's test? Who knows? What if it's really a test? That makes sense. Princess Anfu arrived in front of Zheng Ji, coldly glared at him, and said, "Zheng Ji, who gave you such courage?" Zheng Ji smiled embarrassedly and said, "Your Highness, this lowly one is too eager to learn martial arts. This lowly one is unwilling to give up such an opportunity. Master doesn't owe you anything." Princess Anfu said snappily, "Do you think everyone has to spoil you?" Zheng Ji said, "Your Highness, please help me plead for leniency." "Give up." Princess Anfu sneered and said, "Master will never accept a disciple like you." Zheng Ji said, "This lowly one will definitely follow the princess lead." "I don't care." Princess Anfu said snappily, "Scheming fellow, how annoying. Hurry up and get lost." She glanced at the crowd again and scoffed. "There's no point in kneeling here. Since Master has spoken, he will never change his decision." Everyone looked disappointed and unwilling. Princess Anfu snorted, closed the gate of Rui Temple, turned around, and fluttered away. Everyone got up and left in twos and threes. Only 9 people remained kneeling on the ground and did not move. These 9 people knelt motionlessly and did not even look at the people around them who were leaving. They were determined and eager to change their fates. No matter what, Master Dingru was an enlightened monk, so he could not just watch them die. They had to kneel here and die. When the crowd saw them kneeling still, they hesitated for a moment and did not continue to kneel. They felt that since the princess and Master Dingru had spoken, they would not change their minds at will. It was useless to kneel. How could it be so easy to become Master Dingru's disciple? Time passed slowly. The people in front of Rui Temple had already dispersed. Only 9 people remained kneeling, unmoving. The sun first moved to the center, then to the west. A day had passed, but the 9 people were still kneeling stiffly. Their bodies were already swaying. Their legs were already numb, as if they were not their own. However, the strong desire to change their fates drove them to overcome the pain in their bodies. Imagining the future of cultivating peerless martial arts gave birth to endless courage. Princess Anfu returned to the imperial palace. When she came to the rear garden, she saw Zhao Yinqing admiring the flowers with his hands behind his back. He was in an extremely good mood, and it was rare for him to be so interested. Imperial father. Princess Anfu went up and hugged his arm, smiling. Am I impressive today? Extremely impressive. Zhao Yinqing exclaimed in admiration. I did not expect you to cultivate to this level. You have truly exceeded everyone's expectations. What about those meddlesome chancellors? Princess Anfu scoffed. Zhao Yinqing smiled and said, They have all shut their mouths. However, they have their eyes on the great master. Princess Anfu sneered. Don't tell me they want master to hand over his martial arts. I think they have this intention. Zhao Yinqing nodded. The power of this mystical art is too strong. It needs to be controlled by the imperial court. Otherwise, they will be restless. Princess Anfu scoffed. Imperial father, you think so too, don't you? I'm not greedy this time. Zhao Yinqing smiled. Princess Anfu tilted her head and looked at him. Really? Zhao Yinqing smiled. Because I know great Master Dingru. He has many powerful abilities. Do you think he will hand them all over to others? Princess Anfu nodded. You are wise, Imperial father. Don't worry. No matter how stupid I am, I will not lose sight of the bigger picture. Zhao Yinqing shook his head. If we really force the great master away, what use is there even if he has great abilities? To him, the most precious thing about Chu Li was his ability to bring the dead back to life. Nothing else could compare to this. Therefore, he would not covet the martial arts to force Chu Li away. Then, Imperial father, are you going to ignore them? Princess Anfu asked. Master will not hold back. What I say might not be useful. Zhao Yinqing scoffed. He had always been domineering and always kept his word in the imperial court. However, there were always people who did not buy into his words, such as his sons and relatives. Princess Anfu scoffed. I hope they will be smarter. As they spoke, a few palanquins appeared outside the Rui temple and slowly stopped. The strong bearers held their heads high and puffed out their chests as they stared arrogantly at the Rui temple. 6 people came down from the palanquins. They were all middle-aged men. Some of them were playing with jade pendants, some were holding tobacco pipes, and some were waving their folding fans. They had a rather carefree temperament and gave off an imposing aura as if they did not care about anything at all. This is the Rui temple? It is only SOSO. This place is not bad. A handsome middle-aged man waved his folding fan and shook his head. Go up and knock on the door. Yes. One of the bearers answered loudly and went up to knock on the door of the Rui temple. Bang, 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 bang. The bearers punched the door aggressively. Chapter 3897. However, there was no movement at the main gate of Rui temple as if no one was guarding it. The 6 middle-aged men smiled as they sized up Rui temple. They did not care at all. They were of noble status. Even if they knew that the divine monk was highly valued by the emperor, he was still a monk. His status was completely different from their noble families. The noble family's influence was intertwined. Together with the Zhao clan, They were entangled in the entire Yu dynasty. Their branches and leaves were interconnected. If they moved one, they would move the whole group. Therefore, they were fearless. No matter how powerful this divine monk was, they could deal with him. At most, the emperor would scold him or punish him. There would be no other danger. Bam, 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 bam. When a strong bearer saw that the main gate was not open, he smashed even harder. Ha ha, smash! Smash! The middle-aged man, waving his fan, shouted, "I don't believe he won't open the door." The 9 young men kneeling on the ground glared at him, but did not dare to say anything. Everyone knew that these people were nobles. If they angered them, even if they did not kill them, they would still be skinned. Footsteps could be heard hurriedly. 18 royal guards ran over and stopped in front of Rui Temple's main gate, blocking everyone's view. Ouch! With a scream, the strong bearer was flung out and fell to the ground. Ouch! Ouch! The strong bearer held his arm and screamed. The 18 royal guards stood coldly at the main gate of Rui Temple and looked at the 6 middle-aged men expressionlessly. Oh, even the royal guards are here. Haha, Princess Anfu must have arranged this. She doesn't want anyone to disturb her master. Then it's okay. No matter how overbearing Princess Anfu is, she can't do anything to us. This monk doesn't know how to appreciate favors. So what if he has some divine power? Yu the Great's empire wasn't built with divine power. That's right. When our ancestors built the empire, this monk wasn't even born yet. Men continued to smash the door. Yes, young master. Another sturdy bearer stepped forward and walked straight towards the royal guards. They then stuck close to each other and competed with each other, trying to break through the obstruction of the royal guards. However, these 18 royal guards were carefully selected elites. They were not like the other royal guards who just sat around and waited for death. They all had great ambitions. They were physically strong and skilled in martial arts. Facing the strong bearer, the imperial army soldier suddenly flipped his hand and threw the bearer away. The bearer fell on his back, and the back of his head hit the ground with a dull thud. The sedan bearer's body immediately went limp, and he laid down on the ground, motionless. How dare you? You actually dared to kill people, and you even kill my people. The middle-aged man, waving his folding fan, shouted, "Who gave you the guts?" "Marquis Xia, we will act according to the decree." The imperial guard soldier said in a deep voice, "Anyone who trespasses into Rui Temple without Master Ding Ru's permission will be killed without mercy. This is the emperor's verbal order. Marquis Xia can personally go to the imperial palace to verify it." "Lu Dashin, your guts are getting bigger and bigger." Xia Zhongchu raised his voice and shouted, taking the emperor's verbal order to kill people. "What do you mean by intruder without reason? Am I an intruder without reason?" He recognized this imperial army soldier, Lu Dashin, Lu Guanghai's son, so he could be considered an acquaintance. The relationships between the nobles were complicated and everywhere. Although the capital was large, there were not many nobles. Their social circles were small, and they all had friendly relations with each other. Lu Dashin said in a deep voice, "Marquis Xia, let me give you a word of advice. Don't go against the emperor. Since the emperor has decreed for us to come, it means that he has acknowledged the divine monk's position. Marquis, if you act recklessly, you will only be reprimanded. Reprimand is reprimanded. What is there for me to be afraid of?" Xia Zhongchu raised his voice and said, "I would like to see if the emperor will capture me for the sake of a demon monk. Then forgive us for our rudeness." Lu Dashin said coldly, "Today no one should even think about taking a step into Rui Temple." "Yo," Xia Zhongchu said loudly, still trying to be unreasonable with me. "Fine, I would like to see what you can do to me." As he spoke, he folded his fan and swaggered forward until he was right in front of Lu Dashin. His nose was almost touching his nose, and his breath could be smelled. Lu Dashin's face was gloomy, and he did not budge. Xia Zhongchu did not retreat either. Their noses were pressed against each other, and their foreheads were slowly pushed up. No matter how hard Xia Zhongchu pushed against Lu Dashin, he could not move him. Lu Dashin had been training hard to build up his strength, and he was in the prime of his life. On the other hand, Xia Zhongchu's body was mostly wasted from alcohol and women. Naturally, he could not move him. The 5 middle-aged nobles and the 17 imperial guards stared at them, seeing Xia Zhongchu's face red and his veins bulging, but he could not move a single step forward. They were worried for him and secretly encouraged him. Lu Dashin snorted and suddenly leaned forward. Xia Zhongchu fell backwards and almost fell. He retreated in a sorry state and finally steadied himself. He pulled out the saber of a sedan bearer and rushed over. "Little bastard, you're looking for death," Lu Dashin said coldly. "Marquis Xia, I have to fight back. Don't hurt yourself." "All right, come on. I want to see how you're going to kill me." Xia Zhongchu waved his saber, his face full of mockery. "All right, old Xia, you're the son of a rich family. Stop." Another nobleman came forward and pressed Xia Zhongchu down. He snatched his saber and returned it to the sedan bearer's waist. He shook his head and said, "Dashin, do you really want to block our way?" Lu Dashin said stiffly, "Marquis Meng, I have a duty to fulfill. I dare not move." "Then let's see what you're capable of," Meng de Gue said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of footsteps could be heard. 36 strong men came running over with long staves in their hands. They stopped in front of Meng de Gue and cupped their fists. "Master, beat these bastards away." Meng de Gue pointed at the 18 imperial guards. "Yes." The 36 strong men shouted in unison, their momentum astonishing. They did not waste any words and waved their long staves as they charged towards the imperial guards. They were all veterans who had retired from the battlefield. They looked like gangsters, but were actually disguised. They worked well together and waved their long staves as they charged towards the 18 imperial guards. "Get into formation and kill the enemy," Lu Dashin shouted. Clang, clang. The saber was unsheathed and a cold light flashed. The 36 strong men did not care and continued to charge forward. Clanging sounds could be heard as they fought. Xia Zhongchu gave Meng de Gue a thumbs up and laughed. "Brother Xia, you're amazing." He looked towards the Rui temple and scoffed. "This demonic monk, even the imperial guards can forget about protecting him." "Huh." Meng de Gue laughed. "We'll charge in later. These 36 people will surround him. Whether he can stop us or not will depend on his capabilities. If he can't, then it means he's not as powerful as he looks. What if he's really capable? Then we'll punish our subordinates and make them admit their mistakes. We'll also get him to hand over the martial arts manual. That's right. It's best to have this special skill in our hands. If not, if it were to be obtained by other countries and they go against you the Great, there would be endless trouble. The Emperor needs to save face, and we'll do it for him." Chapter 3898. The intense pain from their backs woke them up, and they realized that they had fallen to the ground. They quickly looked around and saw the monk in gray robes standing not far from them. Chu Li's robes fluttered as he looked at the two of them calmly. He then glanced at the people who were fighting fiercely before his gaze finally landed on the remaining 4 middle-aged men. He smiled and said, "I am Ding Ru. What can I do for you?" "Ding Ru, how dare you to injure us?" Xia Zhongchu stood up with the help of one of the bearers. He grinned and shouted, "Do you know who we are?" Chu Li smiled and said, "I am an outsider. Fame and fortune are all fleeting. It doesn't matter if you are a noble or a commoner. Since you dare to be so presumptuous in front of Rui Temple, I can only do so." "Hee, how arrogant," Xia Zhongchu sneered. "Look at you, you don't even care about the nobles?" Chu Li smiled. "I don't seek wealth or pity. What does that have to do with the nobles? Almsgivers, please leave." As he finished speaking, his figure flashed and turned into a gray shadow. He shuttled through the wooden sticks of the 36 strong men and returned to his original position in the blink of an eye. The 36 strong men were empty-handed as they faced the long swords of the royal guards. The 36 strong men were not fools. They were the surviving elites of the battlefield. When they saw that the situation was not good, they immediately retreated. The royal guards did not go too far either. They did not chase after them, but only raised their swords to aim at them. Xia Zhongchu and the other 5 men's expressions changed as they stared at Chu Li. They knew that Chu Li was powerful, or else he would not have trained such a powerful Princess Anfu. However, they did not know how powerful he was. They felt that no matter how powerful he was, he would still be in a difficult situation when faced with 36 veterans. As long as they could subdue him and strip him of his radiance, the emperor wouldn't value him that much and lose his prestige among the common people. From then on, he would be like a fish on a chopping board. They were very familiar with this set of tactics. They did not expect Chu Li to be so powerful. He was so powerful that they could not defeat him even with so many people. Chu Li stepped in front of Xia Zhongchu and Meng Dagui and calmly bowed with pressed palms. Almsgivers, let's call it a day. Please leave. Rui Temple does not welcome 6 almsgivers. He glanced at the remaining 4 people, his gaze calm. The 6 of them were terrified. They felt an indescribable terror, as if they were facing an enormous beast that could swallow them in one gulp. They quickly suppressed their fear and flew into a rage. A dignified marquis was actually afraid of a monk. It was simply a disgrace. As soon as Chu Li finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared in front of everyone. Xia Zhongchu stared coldly at Rui Temple, his eyes burning like torches. Beside him, Meng Dagui frowned and snorted coldly. What an unbridled demonic monk. What's the solution? Xia Zhongchu lowered his voice. Meng Dagui said, there are plenty of ways to deal with him. First, we'll spread the news that he's a demonic monk. Then we'll use the public's will to force his majesty to chase him away. Xia Zhongchu asked in a low voice, will this move work? It will definitely work. Meng Dagui said in a low voice, the officials in the imperial court hate this kind of people the most. As long as we take the lead, they will naturally attack us together. Let's do that then. Xia Zhongchu snorted. Meng Dagui nodded lightly. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The undercurrents in the imperial court were all about Rui Temple. They were all about whether the emperor was treating a monk too well. He hadn't done any meritorious service, yet he was rewarded so generously. Where did this place the soldiers who fought on the battlefield? Zhao Yinqing was well informed and had long known about it, but he was too lazy to care. Even if there were warnings, he did not voice them, leaving the officials with no place to use them. During the morning assembly, Zhao Yinqing glanced at the officials and saw them exchanging glances. He knew what they wanted to do, so he coughed softly and said, my dear officials, I have received a piece of news. Everyone was solemn. Zhao Yinqing said, the Grand Tutor of Dakuan, Lu Tianhai, has left Dakuan and is coming to the Yu. The officials' faces changed slightly. Your Majesty, is he here to seek revenge for 18th Prince? Su Changfeng, the head of the officials, asked in a low voice. Zhao Yinqing snorted. If not, why would the Grand Tutor of Dakuan leave Dakuan? Su Changfeng said, Your Majesty, it is said that the Grand Tutor of Dakuan is a powerful figure. Not only is he wise, but he is also skilled in martial arts. He could be said to be invincible in defeating Dakuan. He is known as the best in the world. Zhao Yinqing sneered. The best in the world? Ha! Su Changfeng said, Your Majesty, he will definitely challenge Master Dingru. That's only natural. Su, say something useful. Zhao Yinqing said angrily. Don't think about how to mess with people all day long. Think about how to share my burden. Yes. Su Changfeng cupped his fists and bowed. He knew that the emperor was taking the opportunity to warn the officials. Obviously, the emperor wanted to protect Dingru at all costs and could not alienate him. Su Changfeng knew the reason, but he could not tell the officials. Moreover, as the head of the officials, if he completely relied on the emperor, he would be isolated by the officials and be labeled as a flatterer. Tell me, how should we deal with it? Zhao Yinqing snorted. Su Changfeng pondered for a while and said, Your Majesty, in my opinion, we should ask Master Dingru to take action. Ask him to meet the Grand Tutor of Dakuan and defeat him at the border. If anything happens to him after he enters the Yu's territory, it will be troublesome. Very well. Zhao Yinqing said plainly. However, Ding Ru is enough to deal with him. He understood Su Chongfeng's concerns. No matter how powerful the Grand Tutor of the Kuan was, he was only one person. If De Ning took the opportunity to assassinate him, and the Grand Tutor of the Kuan died in the Yu's territory, a war between the Yu and the Kuan would break out, and De Ning would reap the benefits. Su Chongfeng said, Your Majesty, although the princess is skilled in martial arts, her status and seniority are different. The Grand Tutor of the Kuan might not agree. Zhao Yinqing frowned and pondered. He got up and paced back and forth on the steps with his hands behind his back, making the officials' hearts beat faster. They did not know why Zhao Yinqing was hesitating. Could it be that he did not have confidence in Master Ding Ru and was afraid that he could not defeat the Grand Tutor of the Kuan? Su Chongfeng understood. He gave a fist salute and said, Your Majesty, let Master Ding Ru bring the Imperial House protectors and take the fastest route. They will be able to return very quickly. It will probably take less than a month. A month, Zhao Yinqing muttered. This made the officials even more determined to chase him away. It seemed that the emperor was not worried that Master Ding Ru could not defeat the Grand Tutor of the Kun, but that he did not want to leave. Your Majesty, since Master Ding Ru is not at the Compliance Temple, the princess does not have to go, Su Chongfeng said. Zhao Yinqing said slowly, Forget it. I will have to trouble the master to make a trip. Gu Yuanhe, go and ask the master for his opinion. Yes. Gu Yuanhe bowed and left the basilica. The officials looked at each other and then at each other. You may leave. Zhao Yinqing waved his hand, turned around, and left the basilica. Everyone walked out of the basilica and gathered in groups of 2s and 3s to discuss and shake their heads. Gu Yuanhe arrived outside the Compliance Temple and gently knocked on the door. The soldiers of the imperial military helped to push the door open. Gu Yuanhe walked to the basilica and gave a fist salute with a smile. The Grand Tutor of the Kuan, Chu Li, sat on the cattail hassock and faced the golden Buddha statue, deep in thought. Chapter 3899. Gu Yuanhe smiled and said, Master, this state teacher of Dakuin is also an extraordinary person. He is the #1 expert in Dakuin and is said to have divine martial arts techniques. The 18th prince who came last time is his disciple. Chu Li nodded. The disciple is no match for the master, so the master personally intervenes. This doesn't seem like something a royal advisor would do. Gu Yuanhe shook his head and smiled. If it were someone else, they wouldn't have done that. However, this imperial tutor Dakuin is a straightforward person. He does whatever he wants and pays particular attention to letting nature take its course. So it's this kind of person. Interesting. Chu Li nodded. He was also curious about what kind of person the Grand Teacher Dakuin was. After coming to this world, he had met many people, but those who truly impressed him were the ancient people. He had never met anyone from the present. Gu Yuanhe smiled and said, His Majesty is extremely reluctant, but there's no other way. None of us can deal with the Grand Preceptor of the Great Kuan Empire, so we have to rely on you. Chu Li said, Actually, Princess Anfu is enough. Our statuses are not equal. Gu Yuanhe said helplessly. If the princess really goes over, Dakuin will definitely turn hostile. Chu Li smiled. If he wants to challenge me, he'll have to get past the princess first. As for his identity, it still depends on his strength. If he's strong enough, then there's no need to mention it. If he's not strong enough, then what's the point of talking about identity? Gu Yuanhe felt helpless. Naturally, he did not dare to threaten Chu Li with his words. He was just surprised. Chu Li said, The Butian Tower still has some loose ends to clean up. It's better for me to stay in the capital. Yes, I will report this to His Majesty. Gu Yuanhe's expression changed slightly. He put his palms together and bowed. Then, he left the main hall and returned to the Xianyuan Hall. Zhao Yinqing heard him say this and smiled. This is exactly what I was thinking. It is indeed not suitable for great master to leave the capital. Even if there is no heaven-mending tower, there could be other assassins. Gu Yuanhe said, yes. He would never interfere in court affairs, and he would not say a word more. However, Zhao Yinqing didn't let him off. Gu Yuanhe, in your opinion, let Fu deal with the Kuan's national teacher. Is it possible? Gu Yuanhe said, Grandmaster must be confident. He didn't want to get involved in court politics in order to avoid getting into trouble. But the emperor's words couldn't be perfunctory, and he didn't dare to deceive the emperor. He definitely couldn't escape the emperor's shrewd eyes. He understood the emperor, and the emperor also understood him. Zhao Yinqing gently nodded. That's true. How about this? Let the crown prince follow as well. That should be enough to give face to the imperial tutor, right? Your Majesty is wise. Gu Yuanhe cupped his fists. Zhao Yinqing said, with Fu around, there is no need to worry about the crown prince's safety. Yes, Gu Yuanhe said. Master, disciple is going on a long journey. Princess Anfu sat on a cattail, hassock opposite Chu Li. She frowned and said, I'm going to deal with that grand tutor to Kuan. Does Master have any instructions? Protect the crown prince. Chu Li thought for a while. I'll teach you a set of swordsmanship. As he spoke, his left index finger gently pressed on the space between Princess Anfu's eyebrows. Princess Anfu smiled and closed her eyes. With a loud boom, her eyes lit up. Then, she held a long sword in her hand and slowly waved it. Her murderous intent soared to the sky. After a quarter of an hour, she slowly opened her eyes. The basilica was empty. Chu Li's figure was nowhere to be seen. She lowered her head and saw that her clothes were wet. She was sweating like rain, and her hair was stuck to her forehead. After activating her inner energy, a mist immediately filled the air. After a while, it dissipated and became clean and tidy again. She shouted, Master, disciple is going. Chu Li's voice lingered in her ears. Go, be careful of an ambush. Yes, Princess Anfu replied, and turned to leave the Rui Temple. The next morning, 2 horses galloped out of the capital and headed south. Princess Anfu was dressed in a tight outfit with an ancient, colorful long sword hanging on her waist. She was dressed as a handsome man and exuded a heroic spirit. The other horse was a handsome young man. He was the crown prince of Dayu, Zhao Zhengli. He was riding on the horse and looked around in high spirits. Sixth brother, you finally came out to relax. Princess Anfu's delicate body rose and fell with the horse's back, harmonious and elegant. If it wasn't for this errand, you'd be rusty. She sympathized with this crown prince brother. Ever since he became the crown prince, he needed to learn how to deal with state affairs. He stayed in the meeting hall all day and listened to the ministers discuss the world's major events. He was so young, but had to live like an old man. It was like a horse with a rein pulling a carriage. She felt uncomfortable. Zheng Yuanli smiled. Little sister, I'm not as free as you. It's hard to be the crown prince, but it's also fun. What fun is there? Princess Anfu curled her lips. You can't decide everything. Father still has the final say. You still have to suffer in the middle, just like this time. Zheng Yuanli smiled and shook his head. They don't know Master's divine power. It's inevitable that they would think that way. If it wasn't for Master stopping me, I'd definitely teach them a lesson. Princess Anfu said disdainfully. They want to control who I worship as my master. Aren't they stretching their hands too far? Zheng Yuanli smiled. They had different standpoints. It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. Zheng Yuanli said, Little sister, this divine monk is becoming more and more mysterious. He doesn't meet anyone. What's the matter? Princess Anfu smiled. Master just likes peace and quiet. It's not like he's arrogant. His temperament is very good. He's gentle and gentle, like a spring breeze. Zheng Yuanli nodded. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely pay him a visit. I still have to ask Master for his opinion. Princess Anfu smiled. She did not dare to make a rash decision. Although Chu Li was gentle and gentle, he had a deep majesty. As his cultivation level increased, Princess Anfu could feel his strength more and more. He was like a towering mountain or a vast ocean. This made her feel close to him, but also respectful. Zheng Yuanli whipped his horse and smiled. Little sister, I'll leave everything to you. Go. Princess Anfu smiled and also whipped her horse to gallop. Zheng Yuanli's body was abnormally strong. After all, he was a descendant of the royal family. He was well-dressed and ate a lot of treasures. He galloped for 3 days in one go. The horses under him were also extraordinary. They were not tired after a day of galloping. They rested for a night and continued galloping like the wind the next day. On the evening of the 3rd day, Princess Anfu and Zheng Yuanli were galloping on an official road. There were dense forests on both sides and mountains in the distance. They were about to enter a mountain road. She suddenly frowned and raised her voice. "Six brothers, stop." Nay, the 2 horses stopped. Princess Anfu jumped onto the treetop beside her. Her toes stepped on the soft treetop and moved with the wind. Zheng Yuanli was speechless. This was beyond the scope of martial arts. Princess Anfu gently jumped back onto the saddle. "Little sister, what's wrong?" Zheng Yuanli asked hurriedly. Princess Anfu said, "There's an ambush in front." "The Kuan's people arrived first?" Zheng Yuanli asked with a frown. They were still far from the border. However, Grand Preceptor de Kuan's people would not wait for them at the border. They would definitely rush forward. According to their route, they might encounter them in 1 or 2 days. Chapter 3900. These guys came with ill intentions. Are they coming for us? Zheng Yuanli asked. Black clothes meant that they would move more covertly at night, indicating that they would not do things openly. Princess Anfu frowned and muttered, "They might not be coming for us. They might be coming for State Preceptor de Kuan, or even someone else. It's better for us to hide and go back." She would not act recklessly just because she was skilled in martial arts. It was an army of more than 100 people. She was not afraid, and so was Sixth Brother. "There's a small town behind. Let's rest there for a day and leave tomorrow," Zheng Yuanli said. He did not have any competitive thoughts. At this level, the position of emperor was within reach. There was no need to be competitive or prove his strength. He only needed to act rationally. "Let's go." Princess Anfu heaved a sigh of relief and turned her horse around. She was most afraid that Sixth Brother would act rashly and force his way through, or that he would take action when he saw injustice. Zheng Yuanli turned his horse around, and the 2 walked back along the official road. It would only take them half a day to return to the small town. They would rest for a day before continuing their journey. The ambush must have left. An hour later, Princess Anfu suddenly said, "Sixth Brother, stop." Zheng Yuanli pulled the reins. With an A, the steed came to an abrupt halt and stood firmly on its hind legs. Zheng Yuanli sat upright, displaying his excellent horsemanship. He chuckled and said, "Little sister, there won't be another ambush, right?" Princess Anfu's beautiful face tightened as she slowly nodded. She leaped up and floated to the top of the tallest tree on the side of the road. She looked up, and her eyes suddenly emitted a bright light, scaring Zheng Yuanli. He quickly averted his eyes, not daring to look her in the eye. After a moment, she lightly landed on the saddle and said slowly, "Sixth Brother, you're right. There's another ambush?" Zheng Yuanli frowned. "They're together. They're all wearing black clothes, and their weapons are the same. Their auras are similar too." Princess Anfu nodded. "They're obviously together. They should be flanking us from the front and back." "Then who are they targeting?" Zheng Yuanli felt something was wrong. "Don't tell me they're targeting us. We can only think like this and prepare for the worst." Princess Anfu said, "Let's try heading east." "Let's go." Zheng Yuanli nodded. The 2 of them turned their horses around and passed through a small path in the forest. They continued eastward for more than 20 li, passing through a small hill. When they finally arrived at the official road, Princess Anfu stopped again. She leaped up and landed on a treetop. After observing for a while, she shook her head. "There's also an ambush." "Sixth Brother, they are indeed coming for us. There should be people flanking us from the west as well." Zheng Yuanli sneered and said, "Our whereabouts are kept secret. Almost no one knows." Princess Anfu slowly nodded. "Then I got it for de Kuan. I guessed Nation Preceptor de Kuan's itinerary and calculated the time of Imperial Father's meeting. Could it be de Kuan?" Zheng Yuanli snorted. Princess Anfu said, "Whoever benefits, that's who." Daning, Zheng Yuanli said slowly with a gloomy face. Yuda was located in the north, Deshuo was in the west, Dakuan was in the east, and Daning was in the south. Yuda and Daning were not connected, separated by Deshuo and Dakuan. Daning and Dakuan had always been at odds. Once Dakuan and Yuda went to war, Daning would benefit the most. As the crown prince, he had been focusing on state affairs recently and knew the relationship between the four states like the back of his hand. He immediately deduced that they were from Daning. How dare they? Zheng Yuanli said in a low voice. Princess Anfu said, if the benefits are big enough, then the courage is big enough. Killing Six's brother and framing Dakuan is very beneficial to Daning. How can they resist such a temptation? Little sister, what should we do? Zheng Yuanli asked. He was heavy-hearted. Since Daning had decided to act, it must be foolproof. It was too late to send reinforcements, so they could only rely on his little sister. It was said that his little sister's martial arts skills were amazing, but no matter how amazing, she was helpless against an ambush by the army. Princess Anfu said, we can only escape. Head west. There's also an ambush in the west, Zheng Yuanli said. Let's go first, Princess Anfu said. Little sister, are you confident? Zheng Yuanli stared into her eyes and said in a low voice, can we escape? If we can't, I'll write a will and kill myself so that I won't fall into their hands. Although he was afraid of death, he was even more afraid of being captured by Daning and used to threaten you the Great. If that happened, he would not be able to redeem himself even if he died 100 times, and he would not be able to face his ancestors. Princess Anfu said, don't worry, sixth brother. There be a way. We have to adapt to the situation. All right, I'll believe you this time. Zheng Yuanli nodded helplessly. In such a desperate situation, it was useless to say anything more. They could only try their luck. If they failed, it would not be too late to die. He was also afraid of death, especially since he was destined to ascend the throne. He would not be willing to die without being an emperor for even a day. Princess Anfu whipped her horse and turned to the west. She followed another road and galloped west. After traveling for 10 miles, she suddenly stopped. We met again? Zheng Yuanli asked. Princess Anfu nodded slowly. She suddenly looked up at the sky. The blue sky was clear, and there were no clouds in 10,000 miles. Zheng Yuanli looked up as well, but he only saw 2 small black dots. They were faintly discernible, so he could not be sure. However, Princess Anfu could clearly see that they were 2 goshawks circling in the sky, for sharp gazes were fixed on her. She seemed to be facing the 4 eyes. The untamed gazes seemed to be piercing into her heart. Princess Anfu snorted. So it's these 2 beasts. What beasts? Zheng Yuanli asked. Princess Anfu said, there are 2 goshawks staring at us in the sky, so they know where we are and are surrounding us. They're so high, there's nothing we can do. Zheng Yuanli frowned. Princess Anfu smiled. That's simple. Abandon the horses and enter the forest. Zheng Yuanli said, as you wish, do as you see fit. He had no other choice but to place his hopes on Princess Anfu. Seeing that she was full of confidence, he also became confident. The 2 horses were tied to a tree at the side. Princess Anfu patted the 2 horses and comforted them. Then, she entered the forest with Zheng Yuanli. The 2 goshawks in the sky immediately sped up, but they did not swoop down. Princess Anfu pulled Zheng Yuanli's arm and swept through the forest like a shadow. They were like a fish swimming freely in the water. The branches and leaves in front of them were unobstructed. Very quickly, they galloped for more than 10 miles and saw a group of people dressed in black riding on black horses. Zheng Yuanli's eyes widened, and his breathing became tense. He saw that these men in black were all holding crossbows. They maintained a distance and quickly walked forward. They took large strides, but they were still able to maintain the distance between each other. He felt despair. It was impossible for the 2 of them to escape from their encirclement without a sound. Once the crossbows were fired, no matter how strong their martial arts were, it would be useless. Princess Anfu pulled him and turned around, heading east. After walking for less than a mile, they ran into the men in black again. They had already tightened their encirclement to about a mile, and they were still closing in quickly. Princess Anfu shook her head and turned left again. She looked up at the sky, and the two goshawks were still circling. Zheng Yuanli said in a low voice, "Little sister, you go first. Don't worry, we can escape." Princess Anfu said in a low voice. Chapter 3901. Zheng Yuanli shook his head with a bitter smile. Standing here, he could see the black-clothed men on all sides. Although they were hidden in the forest, their figures were indistinct, but they were not non-existent. They had already surrounded them, so there was no way to escape. They could only force their way through. But how could they break through the crossbow's coverage by force? Princess Anfu shouted, "Who are you people?" The black-clothed men slowly approached, aiming their crossbows at them. A middle-aged man stood tall, like a crane among chickens. He shouted, "Obediently surrender, and we won't take your lives. Otherwise, we can only silence you." Princess Anfu scoffed, "You dare to kill us?" The middle-aged man sneered, "Don't think that you could be unscrupulous just because you're a descendant of the emperor. We're under orders to either capture you alive or kill you." Princess Anfu glanced at Zheng Yuanli. "Sixth brother, looks like you came prepared." Sigh. Zheng Yuanli sighed. "Little sister, let's get ready to leave." A pill had already slipped into his palm. As long as he swallowed it, he would die immediately. It was extremely poisonous. Princess Anfu suddenly stretched out her palm and patted his back. He suddenly couldn't move. He realized his surroundings had become quiet, and all sounds had disappeared. It was as if he had become deaf, falling into a completely silent world. He widened his eyes and looked at Princess Anfu. Suddenly, he put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. He didn't understand, so he looked around. The black-clothed men around him were at a loss. Their eyes lost focus, and they became absent-minded. They didn't move at all, letting the crossbows in their hands slip off. Then, they followed the crossbows and fell to the ground. Suddenly, he was patted on his back again. The silent world shattered, and sounds poured into his ears. There was the sound of the wind blowing through the treetops and the chirping of birds in the distance. Other than that, there were no other sounds. He looked at the black-clothed men who had fallen into four pieces, then looked at Princess Anfu. "Little sister, what divine power is this?" In his opinion, this had already surpassed the scope of martial arts. It was a divine power. Princess Anfu said, "It's just the gods' shaking technique. It's a small path, not a divine power." This was something that Chu Li had stuffed into her body when he was using the distraction skill. She had always been curious about it, but she never had the chance to use it fully. This time, she had already thought of using this skill, and it was indeed powerful. These men in black were all valiant soldiers, but when he spat out the name of Buddha, they were like delicate babies who had no power to resist. "Little sister, was this also taught by Grandmaster?" Zheng Yuanli hurriedly asked. Princess Anfu said with a smile, "Could it be that I'm self-taught? I don't have that kind of ability." "Sixth brother, should we properly investigate the origins of these guys? This kind of thing should be left to the professionals." Zheng Yuanli shook his head. He didn't want to dirty Princess Anfu's hands. Extorting a confession by torture wasn't something an ordinary person could handle. He didn't want Princess Anfu to become ruthless. Princess Anfu nodded. She stepped forward and collected the crossbows one by one, creating a large pile. Zheng Yuanli stepped forward and inspected the crossbows one by one. His expression became more and more gloomy. "Is there something wrong with these crossbows? Could it be ours?" Princess Anfu asked. Zheng Yuanli nodded slowly. "This is also a common thing." Princess Anfu comforted, "There will always be a few scum. We just have to find them." "Little sister, it's not that simple." Zheng Yuanli shook his head and said, "In order to prevent this kind of situation, the crossbows are inspected layer by layer. They supervise each other. Even if there are one or two scum, they can't take out the crossbows. But now, then it's a nest?" Princess Anfu said. Zheng Yuanli gritted his teeth and said, "This is the corruption of a military town. Then we'll deal with this military town." Princess Anfu disapproved. Zheng Yuanli said, "Little sister, you don't know the seriousness of this matter. Once the military town is in turmoil, it will affect the morale of the army. If the enemy takes the opportunity to attack, it is very likely that they will be routed. The entire situation at the border will be corrupted. Princess Anfu frowned and said, "But we can't play dumb, right? This matter must be investigated strictly," Zheng Yuanli said in a deep voice. Princess Anfu said, "Report this matter to Imperial Father. Let Imperial Father worry about it. There will always be a way. As a crown prince, I have to share Imperial Father's worries. How can I let Imperial Father worry about everything?" Zheng Yuanli shook his head. Princess Anfu said with a smile, "Imperial Father has an unknown power on his side. He can solve this smoothly. Six, brother, the reinforcements are too slow. We still have to hurry and meet Imperial Advisor de Cohen." She suddenly said, "Hey, they're here. It's not too late." Zheng Yuanli nodded in satisfaction. After a while, footsteps could be heard. More than 200 armored soldiers ran over. They arrived in front of Zheng Yuanli and Princess Anfu and instantly surrounded them. A sturdy middle-aged man said loudly, "Little Huang Chun greets Your Highness the Crown Prince and Your Highness the Princess." Zheng Yuanli nodded. "Huang Chun, why are you here?" He remembered that Huang Chun was a general in the western region. He was brave and famous. He didn't expect to see him here. This little one was ordered to guard Wanhua City. Huang Chun said, "Under His Majesty's orders, I came to welcome the Crown Prince and Your Highness the Princess." "Oh, I see," Zheng Yuanli said. "These guys are helpless. Interrogate them personally. Also these." He pointed at the pile of crossbows and winked. Huang Chun waved his hand. More than 200 elite soldiers retreated and quickly disappeared. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, please speak," Huang Chun said in a deep voice. Zheng Yuanli explained his suspicions in detail and said with a sullen face, "General Huang, I trust you. The less you know about this, the better. This little one understands." Huang Chun said slowly. His heart sank. This was a terrible task. If he was not careful, his future would be ruined. Zheng Yuanli said, "Little sister and I still have to welcome Imperial Advisor to Kun. Do your job well." "Yes," Huang Chun said. He was already a step late and couldn't help them in time. He also didn't have the face to follow them. Moreover, it was useless even with so many people surrounding them. They would only be a burden if they followed. It was better for them to go alone. Princess Anfu and Zheng Yuanli left and traveled for another day. In the evening of the second day, they met a group of people who were slowly moving forward. It was Imperial Advisor de Cohen's group. Zheng Yuanli and Princess Anfu went forward and stood in the middle of the road to block them. Soon they were questioned. An old man with white eyebrows and beard rode over. When he saw the two of them, he cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince and Your Highness." Zheng Yuanli cupped his fists and said calmly, "May I know where the Imperial Advisor is?" "This little one will go and report," the old man said respectfully. He turned around and rode back. When he reached a sedan chair 100 meters away, he stuck his head out and whispered a few words. The sedan chair was put down, and a handsome middle-aged man slowly stepped out. His eyes were bright, and he was tall and slender. He wore a loose robe that fluttered in the wind. He looked like an immortal. "I am Imperial Advisor to Kuan Lu Tianhai. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince and Your Highness." The handsome middle-aged man cupped his fists. His robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked extraordinary. Princess Anfu said lightly, "Imperial Advisor, are you here because of Meng Guangzhou?" Her voice was cold, but it exploded in Lu Tianhai's ears like thunder. Lu Tianhai's face changed slightly. His body swayed a little, but he quickly covered it up. Chapter 3902. His expression was solemn as he said slowly, "It seems that Princess has misunderstood. I'm not here for my disciple. I heard that your nation has a divine monk, so I want to pay a visit." Princess Anfu said, "My master is in seclusion and no longer cares about worldly affairs. If you really want to visit my master, then forget it. There is no need to do it yourself. Just return a great koan. Lu Tianhai smiled. Since when can a disciple make decisions for his master? Is it because of your highness's identity? Princess Anfu snorted and said, My master does not care about my identity. Before I came, he personally said that he did not wish to see the state preceptor. Even if the state preceptor went, my master would not meet him. Ha! Lu Tianhai shook his head and smiled. When he arrives at Great Yu's capital, it's no longer up to him. Is your nation's emperor going to ignore my request? Imperial father won't go against my master's wishes. Princess Anfu snorted. I heard that you are Great Kuan's #1 expert. Unfortunately, your disciple is unworthy and your martial arts are sloppy and ordinary. It's really a pity. It's hard to avoid people suspecting that you don't live up to your reputation. My title of the world's #1 expert is not self-proclaimed, Lu Tianhai said indifferently. Whether it's not live up to your reputation is not something your highness needs to worry about. I came here today to ask for advice from you. You won't be afraid, right? Princess Anfu said with a smile. I'm not someone who bullies others. Lu Tianhai shook his head. If your master comes, I will fight and compare martial arts. But your highness, he is a generation lower. If you win against me, it will be an unfair victory. If you lose, you will be ridiculed by the world. Why would I do such a thing? Princess Anfu nodded. Master also said that you will cherish your reputation and won't dare to fight. Hee. Lu Tianhai smiled and didn't mind. He was secretly apprehensive of Princess Anfu. Based on what she just did, he couldn't withstand it. If he fought, he might not win, so he had to be careful. Princess Anfu squinted her eyes and sized him up. Since he had seen Meng Guangzhao's injuries, and that Meng Guangzhao couldn't even withstand a single move, as his master, he still dared to come and get back at Meng Guangzhao. Obviously, he had something to rely on. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked for humiliation and made a fool of himself. He could not be careless and lose his master's face. Princess Anfu said, If you don't defeat this little girl today, State Preceptor won't be able to pass. Since when did Her Royal Highness start the business of cutting roads? Lu Tianhai shook his head and laughed. Isn't this unbecoming of the princess? Princess Anfu said impatiently. What status? Today, we are here to respect the strong. Let's discard those worldly fame and status restrictions. Let's see whose martial skill is higher. All right. Zhao Zhenli clapped his hands and praised. These words are very heroic. Imperial Preceptor, please don't decline anymore. Otherwise, people will really laugh at you. It's fine if you can't afford to win, but can't you even afford to lose? Haha. Lu Tianhai shook his head and sighed. Since you insist on fighting, I will agree. Please. Very good. Princess Anfu snorted. After she finished speaking, she lightly pressed her palm forward. Her small white hand was delicate and warm, as if it was carved out of white jade. It was so beautiful that it made people's hearts tremble. Lu Tianhai met it with his right palm and slashed at her white wrist. His movement was like lightning. It was obvious that his strength and speed were astonishing. This was his innate talent. Since he was young, his divine strength was astonishing, and his speed far surpassed ordinary people. This was his innate talent and not acquired through cultivation. When he used the same martial skill, the power he displayed was far superior to others. From there, he stood out and finally became the world's #1 expert. Just as Lu Tianhai's handblade was about to hit, Princess Anfu turned her hand and met it with her palm. The palm blade and the jade palm collided, giving off an ear-piercing chi sound, as if a knife had scratched a rock. Princess Anfu took a step back and looked down at her palm. There was already a bloody mark, as if it had really been cut by a long blade. What kind of martial skill is this? Princess Anfu was surprised. Lu Tianhai said slowly, blood-congealing blade. Princess is very powerful. You should have inner strength, right? Princess Anfu said, You know about inner strength? If I didn't have inner strength, this blade would have been enough to cut off Princess' hand. Lu Tianhai said in a low voice, You really are remarkable to be able to cultivate inner strength. I really underestimated that great Master Ding Ru. He knew that there was no way to cultivate inner strength in this world, but it was extremely difficult to use a mystical item to transform spiritual chi into inner strength and break through the shackles. Such a mystical item was hard to find in this world. He already understood that Princess Anfu definitely had such a mystical item, and he had to obtain it. As long as he obtained it, he would be able to make the 18th prince a top-notch expert and make a name for himself. Just like this time, Great Master Ding Ru's methods were even better than his own. He had sent a disciple to fight, which was far better than him personally fighting. Unfortunately, he did not trust Meng Guangzhao. Meng Guangzhao's ambition was too great. Once he obtained his mystical item and displayed inner strength, he would no longer be able to control him. However, if he had another treasure, Meng Guangzhao would no longer be a concern, and he could even become his sharpest blade. Thinking of this, his gaze was eager. He stared at Princess Anfu and said with a smile, "Your Highness, I will not be merciful in my next move." Princess Anfu said coldly, "You speak as if you were being merciful." She knew that Lu Tianhai also possessed inner strength. If she wanted to win, she would have to go all out. Her cultivation was a level higher than his. After all, she had received her master's enlightenment technique. However, if she did not go all out, he might reverse the situation. At that time, she really would not have the face to face her master. She pressed on the hilt of her sword and slowly unsheathed it. The long sword suddenly shone so brightly that Zhao Zhengli did not dare to look at it directly. Lu Tianhai's expression changed greatly. His whole body was cold. He felt a fatal danger coming from this sword. His intuition told him to quickly escape, the further the better. He definitely could not block this sword. Thinking of this, he shouted, "Your Highness, do you want to kill me? Whether you die or not depends on your luck." Princess Anfu was not affected. Even if she killed him, her master could save him. However, if she held back, she might be the one to die. Thinking of this, she activated the heaven-murdering sword technique without hesitation. With a flash of sword light, she disappeared with the long sword and appeared in front of Lu Tianhai. The long sword thrust forward, but it was blocked by a dazzling light screen. It could not advance even an inch. It was only 1 inch away from Lu Tianhai's chest. However, this 1 inch was like a natural moat. No matter how hard she tried, she could not pierce through it. Lu Tianhai, who was behind the light screen, revealed a proud smile. "Your Highness, you are not the only one with a mystical item. I also have 1 or 2. Princess Anfu frowned. "What mystical item is this?" "Time umbrella." Lu Tianhai smiled. "I obtained it from the ancient ruins." "What a great time umbrella." Princess Anfu felt the tyrannical rebound from the tip of the sword and snorted. "But how long can this time umbrella of yours last?" "As long as it takes." Lu Tianhai smiled. "The key is that I'm going to counterattack now." As he said that, a small knife appeared in his sleeve. It was sparkling and warm like an ice sculpture. This is also a mystical item. It can directly cut the soul. Princess Anfu frowned. Chapter 3903. Princess Anfu frowned as she stared at the knife. Feeling a fatal threat, she scoffed. "Royal advisor, you want to kill me? Have you thought of the result?" "I can't care so much." Lu Tianhai smiled proudly. "Also, your Highness has underestimated Great Kuan. If the two nations go to war, it might be a chance for Great Kuan to rise." Princess Anfu sneered. "Does Great Kuan really have the confidence to defeat you the Great?" Although Great Kuan was powerful, it could not suppress you the Great. That was why the two nations restrained each other. Otherwise, they would have fought a long time ago. "As long as I defeat your Highness and take care of Monk Dingru, you the Great will not be a problem," Lu Tianhai said. Princess Anfu curled her lips and sneered disdainfully. "You sure talk big. You want to take care of Master with your meager abilities? What a joke. Master only has inner energy." "It's not surprising," Lu Tianhai said. "In this world where inner force couldn't be used, Having inner force was like a lion entering a flock of sheep. It was truly invincible. He already had inner force, so the monk Ding Ru should also have inner force. With a treasure like the soul-severing saber, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill the monk. Unfortunately, soul-severing knife was his biggest trump card, but he had to expose it today. Even if he had inner energy, he would not be able to stop his soul from being killed. He would still be invincible. Princess Anfu's mockery grew. Royal advisor, you're really a frog at the bottom of a well. You think inner energy is enough? What a joke. She knew how terrifying martial arts could be with inner energy. Inner energy was only the lowest level. With the same cultivation level, the difference in martial arts was like clouds and mud. This was where her confidence came from. Lu Tianhai narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Unfortunately, you won't be able to see me kill Monk Ding Ru. I'll send you on your way first." With that, he tossed the knife lightly. The knife disappeared without a trace. It was impossible to guard against. Ding! The knife fell to the ground in midair. As it fell to the ground, a thin silver needle shot out from her sleeve. Back then, when Chu Li performed the distraction skill, not only did he give her cultivation level, but he also gave her some secret skills. The sword in Princess Anfu's hand suddenly lit up. Bo! A crisp sound was heard. Lu Tianhai turned pale with fright. The light screen suddenly shattered, and the long sword pierced into his chest. He couldn't dodge in time, and could only watch as the tip of the sword pierced into him. Chi! Princess Anfu pulled out her sword and took a step back, dodging the blood arrow. With a light shake of her sword, beads of blood shot out. The long sword regained its snow-white luster and returned to its sheath. She was slightly out of breath, and her complexion was pale. An arrow of blood spurted out from Lu Tianhai's chest. He quickly pressed his finger a few times to seal his acupuncture point, then stared at Princess Anfu in shock. Princess Anfu waved her hand. The knife and silver needle on the ground flew into her palm. She lowered her head and looked at it carefully. The sparkling and translucent knife was exquisite and exquisite. It was truly an enchanting work of art. Who would have thought that it would have such power? Lu Tianhai panicked. A cold glint flashed across his eyes, but there was nothing he could do. He never thought he would be so weak. This Princess Anfu's sword technique was strange. It could actually break the time umbrella. This was an ancient artifact. How could it be broken so easily? Princess Anfu exclaimed in admiration. What a great treasure! I'll give it to my master. Thank you, State Preceptor, for your gift. As she spoke, she carefully put the knife into her bosom. Great sword technique, little sister. Zhao Zhengli clapped his hands and praised. It's amazing. He had never seen such a dazzling martial art. It could turn a long sword into a snow-white color, making it impossible to look directly at. Furthermore, it could use an artifact to form a ray of light to block the tip of the sword. Every move was amazing. A door opened in front of him. He saw a world that did not exist before. Princess Anfu shook her head. Sixth brother, I'm still too weak. If Master was here, State Preceptor wouldn't even have the chance to make a move. State Preceptor should go back. We won't send you off. Zhao Zhengli cupped his fists. If I have offended you, please forgive me, State Preceptor. Lu Tianhai sneered. Looks like you the Great is not afraid of offending our great Kuan. You the Great is not afraid of anyone. Zhao Zhengli said solemnly. Are you the Great likes to make friends? We've always been friendly and never provoked anyone. However, if someone dares to bully us, our you the Great will not be polite. Lu Tianhai said, I hope that His Highness the Crown Prince can still be so unyielding in a fight. Then let's wait and see. Zhao Zhengli said in a deep voice, State Preceptor, take care of yourself. This seat will. Lu Tianhai snorted. He glanced at Princess Anfu, smiled, and said, It wasn't easy for your Highness to defeat me, right? He looked at Princess Anfu's pale face and knew that she had used all her strength in that sword strike just now. So he still had some pride in his heart. So what if it is? Princess Anfu said, If we do it again, it will still be the same result. State preceptors should go back and practice properly. Unfortunately, Lu Tianhai shook his head. If this seat's cultivation was a bit stronger, you would be defeated today. Farewell. He turned around and was about to leave. Wait, Princess Anfu shouted. Lu Tianhai stopped and slowly turned around, frowning at her. Could it be that your highness has changed your mind and wants to kill me? Come out. Princess Anfu shouted towards the forest on the left. Ha! A burst of laughter suddenly sounded, followed by a fluttering green robe. A middle-aged man landed in front of Lu Tianhai and Princess Anfu like a leaf. There was a smile on his face, and his slender eyes exuded a gentle brilliance. A long sword hung at his waist. His green robe fluttered. His bearing was elegant, gentle like jade, and his laughter was clear and gentle. Ningguan, Lu Tianhai shouted in a deep voice. Brother Lu, long time no see. Ningguan cupped his fists and laughed. I've missed you very much. Lu Tianhai's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, Ningguan, are you here to kill me? Hee, Brother Lu is smart. Ningguan smiled, shook his head and sighed. This seat never thought that Brother Lu would be so vulnerable and be defeated by a little girl. It's the same even if you come up. Lu Tianhai said in a deep voice, You can't beat Princess Anfu, so you want to kill me and frame the princess. Nothing can be hidden for Brother Lu. Ningguan nodded and said, For the safety of our great Ning, I can only use this method and sacrifice Brother Lu. I think Brother Lu understands, right? I understand. Lu Tianhai gritted his teeth and said, If it were me, it would be the same. That's good. Ningguan breathed a sigh of relief, cupped his fists, and said, Thank you, Brother Lu. I will let Brother Lu die happily. Wait, Princess Anfu shouted to stop his action. Ningguan was about to draw his sword, but at this time he stopped and looked at Princess Anfu. What advice does the princess have? However, the princess is not in a good state right now. It's better to rest well and not hurt your foundation. Fake mercy. Princess Anfu sneered. I hate hypocrites like you the most. Get lost. Ha ha. Ningguan was startled and then laughed twice. Princess Anfu took out the knife from her bosom and snorted. Do you really think you control everything? I will join hands with State Preceptor Lu. The princess scared this seat. Ha ha. Ningguan laughed and said, Princess, you are an arrow at the end of its flight, and Brother Lu is a cripple. So what if we join hands? Then let's try. Princess Anfu gently waved the knife and said, It is said that it can destroy the soul. Young Master Ning, you could try. Okay. Ningguan rushed at Lu Tianhai. Chapter 3904. Bang! With a muffled sound, Princess Anfu's whole body suddenly lit up, and a soft light enveloped her. Her slender palm pressed on the light as if pressing a soft bubble, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't crush the bubble. Instead, she was shocked by the elastic force and staggered back a few steps. Princess Anfu put her saber back in her sleeve and unsheathed her sword. The light burst out like the birth of a sun, dazzling. The radiance all over the sky turned into a ray of light and shot towards Ningguan. Ningguan wanted to dodge, but the sword light had already arrived. His eyes deceived him, and the speed was far faster than what he saw. Bang! Light burst out from his whole body, and a black light covered him like a cover, and then it shattered under the attack of the sword light. Ding! The long sword turned into fragments and shot away. Ningguan and Lu Tianhai couldn't dodge and were shot by the fragments. Chi! The fragments shot through the two people and continued to fly more than 10 meters before landing. The sound of breaking through the air was louder than a crossbow. Zhao Zhengli broke out in a cold sweat and had a lingering fear. Fortunately, he was standing behind his little sister. Otherwise, if the fragments shot over, he would have the same end, or even worse. Seeing the two people hurriedly swallow elixirs, seal their acupoints, and softly sit on the ground, he knew the power of the fragments. Princess Anfu glanced at the long sword disappointedly and shook her head. She didn't expect this sword to be so weak that it couldn't withstand 2 strikes of the murdering heaven sword technique. She walked slowly to Ningguan and snorted, "State Preceptor Ning, what else do you have to say? My skills are inferior. I have nothing to say." Ningguan said happily, "If you want to kill me, do as you please." Princess Anfu looked him up and down, shook her head, and took a step back. "It seems that you haven't given up yet." She felt a faint threat. Although it was vague, it was real. She believed in her intuition and couldn't help but step back, wanting to stay away from him. But seeing Lu Tianhai, who was still unaware, she shouted, "Run!" Lu Tianhai had been vigilant against Ningguan. Seeing Ningguan injured, his tense heart relaxed. But seeing Princess Anfu retreating, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. When he heard the shout, he turned around and ran. Chi! A blue light shot out of Ningguan's sleeve. The blue light quickly caught up to Lu Tianhai and stabbed into the back of his neck. Lu Tianhai's movements turned sluggish as he felt an icy aura rapidly spreading from the back of his neck. With a pung sound, he fell to the ground. His entire body was already numb, unable to listen to his commands. Even his tongue was rapidly becoming numb. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't. "State Preceptor Lu," Princess Anfu shouted. She was vigilant against this kind of assassin's methods. After all, she had experienced the heaven-mending buildings assassination. However, she didn't expect that these blue needles would be so fast. They definitely didn't rely on techniques. Rather, they were similar to a powerful crossbow. In fact, they were even faster than a powerful crossbow. They were a type of vicious hidden weapon. Lu Tianhai's movements were stiff. It was obvious that this was a deadly poison. Ningguan laughed and said, "Princess, you don't have to worry. Brother Lu has been hit by my breaking soul arrow. There is no chance for him to survive. Only this seat could detoxify the poison of the breaking soul arrow. Any panacea is useless." Princess Anfu shouted, "Imperial Preceptor Ning, you're too vicious. If I kill Brother Lu, Great Yu and Great Koen will fight, which is a good thing for my Great Ning." Ningguan shook his head and said with a smile, "I'm vicious to Brother Lu, but it's a blessing for Great Ning. Then I'll kill you." Princess Anfu shouted. She had already picked up the soul-severing saber in her hand. Ningguan looked at her with a smile. "Your Royal Highness still has strength left?" He had already seen that Princess Anfu was on the verge of collapse and had no strength left. This breaking soul saber was indeed powerful, but it needed a more powerful technique to activate it, so there was nothing to worry about. "It's enough to kill you." Princess Anfu gritted her teeth and said hatefully. She looked at Lu Tianhai, who was already dead. His eyes were wide open, obviously dying with a grievance. Ningguan said, "Princess, save your strength to deal with Great Koen. This seat will take his leave first." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. In the end, Princess Anfu didn't throw out the breaking soul saber. She didn't have the confidence to activate this saber. Without activating the Heart Sutra, she couldn't exert its power and couldn't do anything to Ningguan. More importantly, she had to save a bit of strength. Otherwise, Ningguan would definitely kill Sixth Brother. Watching Ningguan leave, a heavy sigh sounded beside her. She turned her head to look at Zhao Zhengli. After Zhao Zhengli finished sighing, he shook his head. "Little sister, we're in big trouble." Princess Anfu said, "Sixth Brother, I'm incompetent." She gritted her teeth in annoyance and said hatefully, "Master is right. It's not enough to rely on martial arts alone. You also need enough wisdom." She couldn't fight Ningguan, this old fox. If it was based on martial arts, she would have defeated Ningguan and even seriously injured him, but she still let him get what he wanted. This was her own incompetence. "Little sister, this can't be blamed on you. They're all old guys, very difficult to fight." Zhao Zhengli comforted her. His heart was full of worry. It could be foreseen that Great Koen and Great Yu would most likely fight. Princess Anfu came to Lu Tianhai, whose eyes were still wide open and had not completely stiffened. She touched his neck and shook her head. He's completely dead. If only Master was here. Zhao Zhengli said. He could save Lu Tianhai's life. Master. Princess Anfu's eyes suddenly lit up, and she pursed her lips into a smile. Yes, please, Master. Just as she thought about it, Chu Li had already appeared. In the forest next to them, in the gentle breeze, his gray robe fluttered as he stood on the treetop. As the treetop swayed, it was as if he had always been standing there, but suddenly made a movement that attracted their attention. Master! Princess Anfu cheered. Greetings, Master. Zhao Zhengli bowed with pressed palms. Chu Li bowed in return and took a step forward to them, looking down at Lu Tianhai. Master, do you want to save his life? Princess Anfu asked. Chu Li said, yes. This Lu Tianhai was tied to a great cause and effect. If he really died, it would indeed cause endless killing. Saving him was a great merit. Zhao Zhengli hurriedly nodded and stared at him. Chu Li squatted down and touched Lu Tianhai's eyebrows with his finger. Zhao Zhengli felt a faint light penetrate it. He had seen the gorgeous phenomenon just now and was already used to it. He stared at Lu Tianhai curiously. This was the first time he saw Chu Li's divine power to bring the dead back to life. Lu Tianhai suddenly opened his mouth and let out a breath. This breath was black, as if black ink had drilled out. It condensed in the air and did not disperse. It lingered endlessly and slowly drifted into the forest next to them. The trees that were touched by the black smoke quickly withered. Lu Tianhai opened his eyes. Chu Li nodded. Royal Advisor Lu, this poor monk is Ding Ru. Master Ding Ru. Lu Tianhai was startled and quickly looked around. Princess Anfu scoffed. You were killed by Ning Wan. It was Master who used his divine power to save your life. But it's useless to say it. You won't be grateful. These guys were ambitious. It was useless to save them 100 times. When it came to benefits, they would immediately turn hostile. Thank you, Master Ding Ru. Lu Tianhai bowed with pressed palms and stood up with difficulty. He touched the back of his neck, and the numbness was quickly fading. He said in a deep voice, "What a soul-breaking arrow." This soul-breaking arrow was not as good as his soul-breaking blade, but it was more vicious and insidious. It was impossible to guard against. Princess Anfu said, "Be careful. Don't let Ningguan kill you again. It will provoke a war between the two countries. Your Highness the Crown Prince, how about our two countries join forces to deal with Ning?" Lu Tianhai said slowly with a gloomy face. Zhao Zhengli shook his head. This matter is too important. Father needs to personally decide. I will follow you back to the capital. Lu Tianhai said. I will personally discuss this matter. Chapter 39:05. Royal Advisor Lu. Can you make the decision? Princess Anfu asked. Although she wanted to save Lu Tianhai, she could not bring herself to like him. Although he was handsome and had a good temperament, she hated his temperament because she had seen many people like him. In her eyes, these people were all the same. They were only driven by ambition and profit. They would not care about feelings. No matter how good their relationship was, they would still turn against you when it was time. They would not have the slightest scruples. Talking about friendship with this kind of person was purely asking for a snub and a waste of energy. Therefore, she spoke coldly. Of course I can make the decision, Lu Tianhai said. Princess Anfu pouted. You're just a royal advisor, not the emperor. I can still say a few words in front of the emperor. Lu Tianhai smiled. Besides, the emperor originally wanted to join forces with you the Great. Otherwise, he would not have sent the 18th prince. Unfortunately, he shook his head as he spoke. He was still young and full of vigor. He learned a lot of skills and could not wait to show off. He was especially determined to gain Princess Anfu's favor and try to show off. In the end, he backfired and returned with a body full of injuries. While they were talking, Chu Li remained silent and secretly observed Lu Tianhai. Lu Tianhai in front of him did not have any power to hide, so he could see what he was thinking. He was a person full of ambition and greed. At the same time, he was also a person with lofty aspirations. What made him relieved was that Lu Tianhai's rare item was indeed obtained from the ancient ruins and not given to him by others. Chu Li was vaguely worried about Miss Zhou's plot. It seemed that he was worried for nothing. Lu Tianhai and that Ning Wan were not Miss Zhou's people. Great Master has supreme divine power and can bring the dead back to life. Lu Tianhai said respectfully to Chu Li, I admire you and am extremely grateful. It's just fate, Chu Li said. He understood Lu Tianhai better. He knew that to Lu Tianhai, saving his life was nothing. He did not ask for Lu Tianhai's gratitude, but for a large amount of merit. This time, saving Lu Tianhai had given him a huge amount of merit. Lu Tianhai smiled. Great Master is open-minded. But if Great Kuan and you the Great can join forces, we can suppress Great Ning. From then on, there will be peace, and the world will be at peace. Chu Li nodded slowly. This was also his plan. This Lu Tianhai was extremely intelligent. He had figured out his goal in an instant. To be able to become an imperial preceptor, it was not only because of his superb martial techniques, but also because of his intelligence. Master, shall we set off? Princess Anfu said. Chu Li nodded. Princess Anfu looked at Lu Tianhai. State Advisor Lu, please. Lu Tianhai whistled, and his guards and sedan bearers emerged from the forest. They were all safe and sound and in high spirits. Zhao Zhengli smiled. The imperial preceptor's subordinates are well trained. To be able to know when to advance and retreat, and to be able to protect oneself flexibly was very rare for so many people. You flatter me, Your Highness. Lu Tianhai smiled nonchalantly. The group turned around and walked back. Then they found two fine horses. Princess Anfu wanted to give the horses to Chu Li, but Chu Li immediately took his leave and returned to Rui Temple. It was quiet outside the Rui Temple. No one was there to disturb them. After he hit Xia Zhongchu went to complain to the emperor. Zhao Yinqing did not say a word and immediately chased Xia Zhongchu out of the palace. He was not allowed to enter the palace for a month so that Xia Zhongchu would be well behaved. When the nobles saw that the emperor was serious, they kept quiet out of fear and did not dare to plead for leniency. However, there were more and more memorials to impeach Chu Li in the imperial court. They were all left unpublished, causing everyone to feel helpless. There was already a rumor that the demon monk was bringing disaster to the country in the entire capital. At this time, if he were to participate in the imperial court's affairs, he would definitely attract more criticism. The public's emotions would be turbulent, and he might really have to kneel outside the palace to submit a memorial. Then, his stay in the capital would be over. If he wanted to have enough merit, he needed to get close to the central government, get close to the emperor, and influence the overall situation. The more people involved, the more merit he would obtain. If he did not participate in national affairs and only did good deeds alone, he would never be able to ascend. If he could not leave this world, he would not be able to find traces of Miss Zhou, and it would be impossible to defeat her. The situation of the three women was worrying. These few days, he was a little anxious. If this went on, if he did not quickly accumulate merit, they might be harmed. On the morning of the fourth day, Chu Li was cultivating in front of the basilica. The entire Rui Temple was unusually quiet. There were faint noises coming from outside, and the streets were crowded. Creak! The door of the Rui Temple was pushed open. Princess Anfu came in and gracefully came before Chu Li. She pressed her palms together and smiled. Master, I'm back. Chu Li looked at her. Was the journey smooth? No one stopped me. Princess Anfu said. This morning's morning assembly, Lu Tianhai will be promoted to father. Chu Li nodded. Princess Anfu said, Master, do you think this will work? Yes. Chu Li nodded. I don't think this Lu Tianhai is a good person. It's not good to cooperate with him. Princess Anfu scoffed. Be careful not to be bitten by him. Chu Li smiled. Master, you don't believe me? Princess Anfu scoffed. Am I wrong? You're right. Lu Tianhai can't be trusted. This matter is of great importance, It's better to be careful. Chuli nodded. Princess Anfu said, Unfortunately, no one listens to me. Master, your words are useful. As she spoke, she took out an exquisite knife from her sleeve. It looked like it was carved out of ice. It was crystal clear and flawless. I got this from Lu Tianhai. He always wanted to get it back. He kept nagging me along the way, but I refused to give it to him. Princess Anfu said proudly, I'll give it to you, master. Chuli took it and slowly said, The power of this knife is amazing. Unfortunately, I can't get the heart technique to activate it. Princess Anfu said regretfully, He can't tell me, but it's better than leaving it in his hands. Master, you're resourceful. You might have a way. Chuli smiled and nodded. He activated the heavenly knife heart technique and activated the knife. Clang! With a soft hum, the small knife disappeared as if it was hidden in the void. Princess Anfu looked around, looking for the knife. Chuli said, Turn around. Princess Anfu turned her head and found the knife at the back of her head. It was only a fist's distance away. It was suspended in the air as if it was alive. It stared at her and could pounce on her at any time. She was shocked. Master, it's this powerful. Princess Anfu was overjoyed. She reached out to catch it. However, the knife swung away like a fish and disappeared again. Chuli pondered for a moment. This knife is too vicious. It's better to use it with caution. It's better to use an ordinary flying knife. As he spoke, he opened his hand. The knife was already in his palm and disappeared again. Chuli passed the heavenly knife heart technique to her. Princess Anfu returned to the palace at noon and ran back to Rui Temple in the afternoon. She ran to Chuli. Master, it's decided. We'll join forces with De Kuan to deal with Ning. Chuli nodded slowly with a serious expression. It was another fierce battle and a good opportunity to gain merit. Sixth brother requested to fight. He's in charge of dispatching troops this time, Princess Anfu said. Chuli frowned. Chapter 3906. Princess Anfu saw his expression and quickly said, Is there something wrong? Sixth brother is also anxious to make a contribution. None of my brothers are easy to deal with. They are all eyeing the position of crown prince. Sixth brother also wants to make a contribution as soon as possible. Chuli slowly nodded. Princess Anfu said, He is already successful in political affairs and has gained the recognition of the chancellors. However, he still lacks some experience in military affairs and has not gained the support of the chancellors. That's why he wants to complete it this time. Chuli said, What does the emperor think? My imperial father thinks that with the cooperation of the two countries this time, we will have a 90% chance of defeating Ning. So he did not object, Princess Anfu said. Chuli shook his head. Princess Anfu said, Is there any change? I'll go to Sixth brother's side. At least I can protect his life. She was getting stronger and more confident. Even if there were thousands of troops, she could come and go as she pleased. Chuli said, I'll go myself. Master, you can't do it. Princess Anfu shook her head and said, Now they are all trying to impeach you. If you really go to the battlefield, they will go crazy and stop you at all costs. Chuli smiled. Let the emperor think about it. Will imperial father agree? Princess Anfu tilted her head and looked at him. Chuli said, Then let his majesty decide. Let me decide? Zhao Yinqing paced in front of the throne with his hands behind his back. He walked a few steps up the stairs, then went down the stairs and wandered around the basilica. Gu Yunhe stood at the side with his hands by his side, as if he was invisible. Princess Anfu nodded and said, Imperial father, Master said that sixth brother will be in danger. Otherwise, Master would not personally go and ignore the opposition and hostility of the chancellors. Sigh. Zhao Yinqing sighed and said, Then he did not say anything else. No, Princess Anfu said. He only said it was not appropriate. Then he said he would personally follow sixth brother. Zhao Yinqing continued to pace. Princess Anfu said, If Master wants to follow, then let him. He won't harm us. As for the chancellors, they have nothing better to do. They don't care about so many important matters, and they just want to make things difficult for Master. In their eyes, Chasing Master away is the most important thing. Zhao Yinqing sneered. Could it be that Imperial Father is indulging them like this? Princess Anfu said discontentedly. If this continues, Master's reputation will really be finished. Everyone's mouth could melt gold. If they kept slandering him like this and did not refute, the world would take it seriously. The name of the demonic monk would spread, and the good people would also become bad people. Master only had one mouth, so no matter what, he would not be able to clear his name. Zhao Yinqing said, "Let them jump around a bit more happily." Princess and Fu snorted. Then does Imperial Father agree or not? Let the Master follow us in secret. Zhao Yinqing stopped and said slowly. Princess Anfu asked in surprise, "Why are you following us in the dark?" Zhao Yinqing said, "Don't let your sixth brother know." Princess Anfu frowned. "Are you afraid that Master will get involved in this matter?" "This is good for everyone," Zhao Yinqing said. Even though he was grateful to Chu Li and valued him, he wouldn't let Chu Li affect the imperial power of Dayu because of this. Because Chu Li was too powerful and influential, he had to be careful. He had built the Rui Temple for this reason. It was close to the imperial palace while maintaining its independence. Princess Anfu frowned and shook her head. She disapproved but did not refute. "I'll ask Master," Princess Anfu said. "The Master will agree," Zhao Yinqing said. "You can follow your sixth brother and broaden your knowledge." "Okay." Princess Anfu nodded excitedly. She had always been curious about the matter of the battle formation. Finally, she had the chance to see it. Back at the Rui Temple, she told Chu Li about Zhao Yinqing's words. Chu Li agreed. This was the best way to accumulate more merits and less karma. The best way to accumulate merits was to fight in the battle formation. On the morning of the third day, Princess Anfu and her group of 9 left the capital and headed for the border between Dayu and Koan. It would take them 10 days to reach there. On the evening of the second day, under the setting sun, a knight caught up with them and presented a golden box sealed with wax to Zhao Zhengli. Then, he fell to the ground and fainted. Zhao Zhengli took the golden box, removed the wax seal, and opened it. There was a letter and an imperial edict inside. He took out the letter and read it. His face darkened, and he passed it to Princess Anfu beside him. Princess Anfu quickly scanned it and passed it to a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was heroic and full of killing intent. He glanced at the letter and snorted, "Great Shua." Princess Anfu said, "Sixth brother, what does the imperial edict say?" "Take charge of the southwest barracks." Zhao Zhengli said helplessly, "We can't go to Koan. Little sister, we have to speed up. There is no leader there. The later we go, the more dangerous it will be." Princess Anfu snorted. "Did someone leak the news?" "They intercepted us one step ahead and broke the alliance with Koan." "What a good move." "It should be Ningguan," Zhao Zhengli said. "He acts ruthlessly and is inextricably linked to Great Shah." "Your Highness, we have to be careful." The middle-aged man handed the letter back and said, "With Ningguan's methods, I'm afraid he will intercept your Highness. The southwest barracks is in danger." "Little sister is here," Zhao Zhengli said. He had full confidence in Princess Anfu. No matter how strong the interception was, they could break through. "Then let's go quickly," Princess Anfu said. They turned their horses around and changed from east to west, heading straight for the southwest barracks. They rode for 3 days in one go. Along the way, there were constantly riders coming to meet them and deliver the latest news. The Southwest Great General had been assassinated, and the Southwest Barracks was leaderless. The marshals were not convinced, and it was difficult to work together. No one could deploy the troops, so they could only defend their positions and passively take a beating. Without the Great General's orders, the armies could not move. The entire Southwest Barracks was in danger and could be defeated by the allied forces of Great Shua and Great Ning at any time. The 9 of them were racing against time, trying to rush to the Southwest Barracks before they were defeated. Using the title of Crown Prince and the Imperial Edict, he was already the Southwest Great General and could use the seal to mobilize troops. But the longer they arrived, the more the situation worsened. Even if they could mobilize troops, they were afraid that even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. In the evening, they were bathed in the sunset glow and galloped without the slightest thought of stopping. Even though the 8 of them were tired and ashen-faced, only Princess Anfu was still full of energy. The dust on her face could not hide her spirit. Finally, at midnight, they stopped. The moonlight was like water, and the surroundings seemed to be covered in snow. Princess Anfu burrowed into a forest and called out softly, "Master! Master!" Chuli appeared in front of her without a sound. "Master!" Princess Anfu went forward and said in a low voice, "Help 6th brother quickly go to the southwest barracks. If you're a step late, I'm afraid the southwest barracks will be completely finished. The entire southwest defense line will be broken, and I don't know how many innocent people will die." Chuli pondered. Princess Anfu said, "It's not that father doesn't want to send someone else, but the southwest barracks has always been arrogant. They have always been killing each other and only obey the great general. Once the great general dies, only father can suppress them. Father can't personally lead the army, so we can only let 6th brother try. If this continues, I'm afraid that 6th brother will be powerless to turn the situation around." "All right," Chuli slowly nodded. "I'll bring you there immediately." Princess Anfu was overjoyed. "Thank you, master." Chapter 39:07. "Let him in," Chuli said. Princess Anfu glided out and quickly brought Zhao Zhengli in. Zhao Zhengli looked at him curiously. "Master, can we really rush to the southwest barracks?" Chuli said, "We need a guide to rush to the southwest barracks. Let's return to the capital first and find a general's belongings before we can rush there directly. We can't do it without a guide." As he finished, he pressed on someone's shoulder and suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in the Rui Temple. The Rui Temple was still quiet. 2 eunuchs were sweeping. They were extremely calm at their sudden appearance. They only bowed and pressed their palms together before continuing to sweep. They were indifferent to everything. Chuli said, "Anfu, go find a personal belonging of the Southwest General." "Yes, master." Princess Anfu answered without hesitation and turned to leave. Zhao Zhengli asked curiously, "Master, what do you want Great General Feng's personal belonging for?" Chuli said, "To see if he can be saved." "Can we still save Great General Feng?" Zhao Zhengli was surprised. "The general has been dead for a few days." "A few days?" Chuli asked. "I think it's been 7 or 8 days." Zhao Zhengli thought about it and said, "The news of Great General Feng's death was sent by a secret spy. It spreads very quickly. It will reach Father's ears in a day. In addition to Father's decree to send people to chase after him, it should be 3 or 4 days. We will travel for another 3 days, so it should be 7 or 8 days." Chuli said, "Then we can still try." The spiritual energy in this world was abundant, so souls dissipated slowly. The 8 or 9 days should still be there and they could sense it. "Can we save the general?" Zhao Zhengli was excited. Chuli shook his head. "It depends on his fate and whether his body is still there. He did not want to save Great General Feng, or he would have done it long ago. No matter what, as a general, he must have been stained with too much blood. Saving him would not bring much merit. He was not a savior and could not save everyone. Everyone had their own fate and fate. He could not control and change them all. All he could do was change some people for merit. He changed the fate of others, so he had to bear the pain of being burned. It was unavoidable. Master, this is Great General Feng's saber." Princess Anfu floated in with a long saber in her hand. The scabbard was ordinary, and the hilt was wrapped in dark red silk. It faintly exuded a strong, bloody aura. In Chuli's eyes, the bloody aura was dense, like a ball of fire burning fiercely. Chuli took it and slowly pulled it out. Ding! Like a dragon's cry, the snow-white saber light was like lightning. Chuli sized it up and flicked his finger lightly. Once again, a clear ringing sound was heard, lingering in the air. "It's a good blade." Chuli nodded. This seems to be a gift from Father when General Feng was still a guerrilla warfare general. Zhao Zhengli looked at it and nodded. This is a treasured sword. General Feng always carries it with him. It saved his life. I didn't expect him to forget it. Chu Li returned the knife to Princess Anfu. Let's go. He reached out to hold the two of them and disappeared from Rui Temple. The next moment, they appeared on a towering peak. The wind was strong and cold. At the foot of the peak was a boundless grassland. The lush green grass was like a green mat, fresh and moving. The endless tents on the grassland were like white clouds. Zhao Zhengli stood on the peak and could only see the endless tents. He nodded. This is the southwest barracks. This peak should be the peak of the Heavenly King. Princess Anfu frowned and stared at one place. They're all covered with white curtains. Indeed, the great general is gone. Fortunately, we arrived in time and this side has not been affected. If a battle were to break out here, it means that the rest of the military formations have fallen. Chu Li's gaze fell on a certain spot in the void. He pressed his palms together. Amipa. He saw a clear figure in the void. The figure was surrounded by a dense, murderous aura. External objects could not get close. He floated above the barracks and stared at the barracks. He revealed a melancholic and lonely aura. He could already sense that this was the great general of the South Barracks, Feng Qilin. His aura was the same as the blade. However, Feng Qilin's soul was about to disperse. Once his soul dispersed, only a little spiritual light would enter the cycle of reincarnation. When that happened, he would be helpless. No matter how strong he was, he would not be able to drag his true spirit back from the path of reincarnation. He originally did not plan to save him. However, when he saw this figure, he felt melancholy and loneliness. He suddenly changed his mind. Master, Princess Anfu asked doubtfully. Chu Li said, Go and find the great general's body. It's not easy to find. Princess Anfu said, There are many tents of the general in the barracks. It's hard to tell if it's real or fake. Chu Li smiled and disappeared from the peak with the two of them. The next moment, they appeared in a large tent. The tent looked simple and unadorned. It was no different from the tents around it. There were 6 people sitting inside. They were quarreling noisily with each other. Some were even fighting with each other. The sudden appearance of Chu Li and the others shocked them. They quickly reacted and unsheathed their blades to surround the 3 of them. The 2 people who were fighting also reacted and glared at the 3 of them. His Highness the Crown Prince, a sturdy middle-aged man, cried out. Princess, Zhao Zhengli Fizz saluted and said in a deep voice, What are the generals doing? Princess Anfu looked at the ice coffin in the center. A handsome middle-aged man was lying on the ice. His face was lifelike. His facial features were handsome. His nose was straight and his mouth was square. His eyebrows were like swords. His eyes were closed as if he was asleep. She looked at Chu Li. Master, can you still do it? Chu Li nodded. He came to the ice coffin. The 6 people wanted to stop him, but their bodies were bound by an invisible force. It was as if they were tied up. They could only watch as Chu Li came to Feng Qilin. He extended his finger and gently touched the center of his eyebrows. A faint light flowed and illuminated the tent. Chu Li retracted his finger and shook his head. He was indeed impulsive this time. However, after seeing Feng Qilin's pure soul, if he still cared about merit, he would look down on himself and go against his principles. Master, can't he be saved? Princess Anfu saw him, shaking his head, and asked hurriedly. Chu Li said, He will wake up soon. As soon as he said this, Feng Qilin suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes quickly regained clarity. A gentle force circulated in his body and quickly dispelled the ice and stiffness. He sat up straight. The 6 people were shocked as they thought he was a zombie. Grand General, a rough middle-aged man, tried to call out carefully. Elder Tian, how long have I been asleep? Feng Qilin asked in a deep voice. The rough middle-aged man hurriedly said, Grand General, you really came back to life? Yes, I came back alive. Feng Qilin scoffed. Stop nagging. How's the situation outside? Sigh. Elder Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Feng Qilin stood up and bowed to Chu Li. Great master, I can't thank you enough for saving my life." He then fist saluted Zhao Zhengli and Princess Anfu. Chu Li smiled. "This is also the Grand General's good fortune. You are not fated to die. In fact, Feng Qilin should have died a long time ago. It was just that his destiny was unique. He could often jump out of the shackles of fate and reverse the situation." Feng Qilin smiled and shook his head. When he turned his head, he quickly hid his smile and said solemnly, "Raise the tent." Chapter 3908. Chu Li brought Princess Anfu in and out of 10 military tents in one breath, silently taking care of them. Then, he appeared in a corner outside the South Camp's main tent, just in time to avoid the protectors. "Master, did you kill them?" Princess Anfu asked softly. Chu Li shook his head. "You didn't kill them?" Princess Anfu was surprised. Chu Li said, "I won't kill if I can. I'm a monk." Princess Anfu chuckled and lowered her voice. "Then you just mistook them?" Chu Li nodded. "They will be seriously ill in a short period of time and can't be treated. They will recover after a while." "Master, why don't you just get rid of them directly and eliminate the threat?" Princess Anfu was puzzled. Chu Li shook his head. "I'm just trying to stop the war, not to help you the great conquer the world and unify the world." "Master, unifying the world is the best." Princess Anfu said, "There will be no war at that time. Otherwise, it will be like now, where there will be constant fighting and many people will die every year." Chu Li said, "Too many people will die in the process of unifying the world. As long as it's like now, everyone can live in peace, it will be ideal." It was not that he did not think of helping you the great conquer the world to obtain eternal peace and no more wars. However, after some deduction, he gave up on the idea. It was indeed a rare achievement and great merit. However, the world was not impoverished by war. Several big countries were flourishing. As long as they suppressed their ambitions and did not have the ambition to unify the world, they could restrain each other and live in peace. That would be the ideal situation. If he forcefully unifies several countries, too many people will die in the process. Moreover, after unifying the countries, there will be constant civil wars and too many people will die. After thinking about it, he wanted to suppress the ambitions of all the rulers, including Zhao Yinxing and Crown Prince Zhao Zhengli. Princess Anfu said softly, "Master, you have this kind of thought, but others don't. Just like my sixth brother, didn't you see him earlier? At such a crucial moment, he still wants to fight for fame and glory. He doesn't even see those soldiers as people. If he takes over, why would he care about human lives? He must be thinking about his own ambitions and grand aspirations, thinking about surpassing Father, so that when he meets his ancestors, he will be able to look proud." Chu Li smiled. "That's up to you." "Me?" Princess Anfu was surprised. Chu Li said, "I'm just a passerby. You're the root." If Princess Anfu could continue to accumulate merits, his merits would also rise. Princess Anfu waved her lily-white hand. "Master, I can't do it. My martial arts are fine, but when it comes to intelligence, even Tenemi can't beat Sixth Brother. I'll be played around by him, and even if I'm sold by him, I'll still help him count the money." Chu Li smiled. "Just do your best." "Yes." Princess Anfu no longer thought about it. There was still a long way to go. She felt that as long as she stayed by Chu Li's side for a long time, under his guidance, she would become strong enough to suppress the various countries. "Go," Chu Li said. Princess Anfu nodded. She gently lifted the curtain of the military tent and stepped into the tent. Zhao Zhengli was pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. He kept pacing back and forth, but his expression was calm, as if he didn't care at all. This showed how shrewd he was, and Feng Qilin and the others didn't dare to underestimate him. They were also incomparably anxious. From time to time, they would look at the entrance of the tent. When they saw Princess Anfu come in, they immediately stared at her. "Little sister, what's going on?" Zhao Zhengli said in a deep voice. "This is an emergency. There's no room for delay. If something really happens, we won't be able to escape. Father won't let it go easily." Princess Anfu said, "Sixth brother, great General Feng, and the other generals, don't worry. I've already assassinated the 10 generals who are attacking. They've all lost their consciousness, and they'll retreat soon." 10 generals? Zhao Zhengli asked hurriedly. Princess Anfu nodded. They don't have their lives at stake, but they can't command the battle for a short period of time, so their offensive momentum will collapse, which can relieve the pressure of the 16 formations. Little sister, did you really assassinate 10 generals? Zhao Zhengli asked hurriedly. How can this be fake? Princess Anfu rolled her eyes at him. I'm not counting on military merits. Zhao Zhengli heard the sarcasm in her words, but he didn't care. He hurriedly asked, which country's generals are they from? There's Great Shuo, and there's also Great Ning. Princess Anfu said, I can't be bothered. As long as it's an attack on our South Camp army, we'll put them down. Why don't you just kill all 10 generals? Zhao Zhengli said in a deep voice. They assassinated Great General Feng, and they're killing him. We don't need to be polite with them. Princess Anfu shook her head lightly. I'm Master's disciple. How can I kill people so easily? Sixth brother, the crisis this time can be considered resolved. You should also leave. There's no hurry. Zhao Zhengli shook his head. Let's wait and see. Princess Anfu said, Big brother can't be thinking of turning defeat into victory, right? Zhao Zhengli smiled and nodded. If they're really assassinated by you, little sister, that's a great opportunity. They can attack, but they're more than capable of defending. Moreover, our strength has been greatly damaged, so it's not a good time to attack. We need to take a breather first. Don't worry, they won't have the chance to recover in a short period of time. Princess Anfu said, they're all heavily injured. All right, let's wait and see. Zhao Zhengli said. Feng Qilin said, Your Highness, what the princess said makes sense. It's best to take things slowly. Zhao Zhengli smiled. What? You don't want to take revenge directly. The price is too high. It's better to take it slow. Feng Qilin said, Military formations are most afraid of being riled up. The slightest bit of impulsiveness can be used by others, resulting in a crushing defeat. We can't be in a hurry to take revenge at a time like this. Great General Feng, let's wait and see. Zhao Zhengli smiled. Everyone was inexplicably worried. It was obvious that His Highness was very confident at the moment and couldn't wait to make a contribution and wipe away the humiliation from before. If he could turn defeat into victory, his contribution would be the focus of the world. Princess Anfu snorted and turned to leave. Zhao Zhengli shook his head and smiled. He didn't mind, thinking about the battle at the front lines. An hour later, dozens of riders rushed toward Nangong. Only 10 people were brought into the tent, while the rest rested. After the 10 people entered the tent, they cupped their fists and bowed. He was travel-worn, and his face was pale. He looked as if he would collapse at any moment. Reporting to Great General, the enemy suddenly retreated. Should we give chase? A young man cupped his fists and tried his best to calm his heavy breathing. The generals don't dare to act rashly. We're waiting for Great General's order. There's no need. Feng Qilin said slowly. Zhao Zhengli said, This little king wants to ask you, do you have the strength to fight? The young man revealed a hesitant expression. Zhao Zhengli said in a deep voice, If we do, then we do. If we don't, then we don't. There's no need to hesitate. Reporting to Your Highness, no. The young man said bitterly. They launched a surprise attack, and their battle prowess was extremely high. We were crippled, and only half of our brothers were left. If they hadn't suddenly retreated, I'm afraid. As he spoke, he shook his head. Feng Qilin sighed. It's all this general's fault. Chapter 3909. Feng Qilin and the generals glanced at him. Princess Anfu looked on coldly, not expressing her opinion. Zhao Zhengli sighed, Forget it. Since we can't fight back, we can't force it. Otherwise, others will take advantage of us. So, we can't do anything to make up for our losses this time. Your Highness, it's already good enough to preserve our current strength. Feng Qilin hurriedly said, Morale is low now. It's not a good time to attack. Let's reorganize first. All right, I'll listen to General Feng. Zhao Zhengli stood up. That's it. General Feng will take care of the rest. I'll take a break. Your Highness has worked hard. Feng Qilin cupped his fists. The generals cupped their fists and respectfully sent him off. Feng Qilin and Princess Anfu left. What a joke. A general sneered. Shut up. Feng Qilin hurriedly shouted. His face was gloomy and solemn. Killing intent suddenly gushed out, and the air in the tent seemed to solidify. General, His Highness has gone too far this time. That's right. Disregarding the lives of his brothers and blindly trying to gain credit and fame. Where's the breadth of mind of a crown prince? That was forced by His Majesty. But His Highness is like this because he has a plan. Otherwise, he would be hiding from the general's position. Why would he fight for it? Then he's not that hateful. The key is still Princess Anfu. A handsome middle-aged man stroked his beard. He wore a suit of iron armor, but it did not affect his elegance. To be able to assassinate 10 generals in such a short time, it's scary just thinking about it. Everyone was silent. They looked reckless and impulsive, but they were all pigs. Their appearance was deceiving, but they were all smart people. Otherwise, they would not have reached this position. Those who only knew how to be impulsive and brainless would have died on the battlefield long ago. The handsome middle-aged man sighed. Everyone, if Her Highness can assassinate 10 generals of Great Shu and Great Ning, what about us? As long as Her Highness makes a move, we won't be able to stop her. How could Her Highness assassinate us? Someone retorted. He, the handsome middle-aged man, shook his head and smiled. Feng Qilin said slowly, Her Highness is benevolent and pure. She won't attack us for no reason. Don't worry. Now that Her Highness is here, it's easier for us. Great General, with Her Royal Highness here, is there still a need for us? The handsome middle-aged man smiled and said, What does His Majesty have to fear from us? He can just order us around. After all, Her Royal Highness is a member of the royal family. How could she be sent here to do these things? Feng Qilin said, Elder Meng, you worry too much. The handsome middle-aged man said, Great General, I'm not worried about Her Highness, but that Master Ding Ru. Without waiting for Feng Qilin to speak, he continued, The great general's life was saved by him. We all know how grateful he is to the great master. However, this general still has to say what needs to be said. Speak, Feng Qilin said. Meng Guangtian said, Great General, in lowly general's opinion, Great General still must get closer to this reverend, to seek his help more. He is the princess master. Apparently, he is not doing it in name only. The princess should treat him as her master and will comply with everything. Elder Meng, do you mean that the princess acted on Master Dingru's orders? A general asked. Most likely. Meng Guangtian nodded slowly. Feng Qilin frowned. What's wrong with that? Great General, why play dumb? Meng Guangtian smiled and shook his head. Someone snorted. Don't keep us guessing, Elder Meng. What's wrong with it? Meng Guangtian shook his head and sighed. Why didn't Her Royal Highness kill those generals directly? Their hands are all stained with blood. This time, they killed many of our soldiers. He said in a deep voice, Her Royal Highness must be very angry and want to kill them. Because Master Dingru stopped them? Someone asked. Those who could be in the tent were all smart and shrewd people. They could understand it easily and draw inferences about other things. Meng Guangtian said, I'm afraid that only Master Dingru can make Her Royal Highness hold back her anger and restrain her killing intent. His Highness the Crown Prince can't control Her Royal Highness. Everyone nodded. Princess Anfu was deeply favored by the Emperor, and this had been the case since she was a child. She had always been the one to bully her brothers, and they didn't dare to bully her. They always listened to her, so even if His Highness the Crown Prince was the Crown Prince, it was useless. Master Dingru is a monk, so he must be merciful, Feng Qilin said. Haha, Great General, there's no need to deceive yourself. Meng Guangtian laughed loudly and said, This is definitely not a matter of being merciful, but Master Dingru's thoughts. What does he want to do? For such an extraordinary person, Even the emperor is just an ordinary person in his eyes. Old Meng, don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us directly. What does this Master Dingru want to do? Someone shouted impatiently as he waved his hand. Meng Guangtian said, if this general's guess is correct, Master Dingru's ambition is not small. It's very likely that he wants to eliminate the disputes between the various countries. Impossible. Feng Qilin shook his head. Eliminating the disputes between the various countries was an impossible thing to do. The dispute between the four countries was not a conflict of will, but a conflict of interests. It involved huge interests such as territory. Border areas often contained huge wealth. Whoever could fight for it would greatly increase their national power, and from there, they would become even more powerful. They might even be able to directly destroy their opponents. If one wanted to eliminate the disputes, how would the interests be distributed? Everyone wanted to monopolize the interests. Otherwise, if one side was weakened and the other side was strengthened, it would be equivalent to cutting themselves off from the world. Meng Guangtian said, Master Dingru can bring the dead back to life. If such a divine power is possible, what else is impossible? Then he will become the enemy of the world, Feng Qilin said slowly. No matter how strong a person's power was, he was still just a person. He was not a god, so it was impossible for him to become the enemy of the world. Master, if we really do this, then everyone will be the enemy, including father and sixth brother. Princess Anfu frowned as she looked at Chu Li. At this time, the two of them stood at the peak of a mountain. Chu Li's gray cowl fluttered in the wind, as if he wanted to return with the wind. Princess Anfu was dressed in a tight outfit, looking valiant and heroic. Chu Li said, so what? Princess Anfu said, this is one person against the entire world. Master, I'm afraid I can't do it. The lineage of Rui Temple, starting from me to your second generation, I don't plan to accept any more disciples. It's fine to pass it down to only one person. Our purpose is to eliminate wars. There are no restrictions on the means, as long as we achieve our goal. What about fifth brother? Princess Anfu asked. Prince Jing, Zhao Zhenghe, had always been a frequent visitor to Rui Temple. He was also a disciple accepted by Master. Chu Li shook his head. They only cultivate the dermic base and not martial arts, so they can't inherit my mantle. Princess Anfu frowned. Master, can you really do it? That depends on your ability, Chu Li said. I'll teach you the void diversion technique first. Unfortunately, your dermic base cultivation level is not deep enough, so you can't obtain the divine power. He shook his head as he said this. He could use the traction technique to shift his cultivation level in martial arts, but he could not shift the divine power. Princess Anfu said excitedly, all right. Chu Li said, when you've cultivated this, go to the border of Daning and Dakuan to eliminate wars. Yes. Princess Anfu nodded helplessly. Chapter 39:10. She listened to Chu Li's purpose and could not help but worry. She could imagine that the future would not be good. Don't worry. No matter how difficult it is, you'll be fine. Chu Li smiled. Master, I'm afraid only you would do something like this. Princess Anfu sighed. Everyone will treat us as fools and enemies. In the end, we'll be deserted and we'll die without a burial place. Chu Li said, then you're afraid? Master is not afraid. Why should I be? Princess Anfu said. Chu Li smiled. That's it then. Cultivate well and don't think too much. You'll be invincible with peerless martial arts. Isn't it exciting and wonderful to be the enemy of the world? Yes. Princess Anfu cheered up. She suddenly felt a sense of heroism. Yes, it was difficult to be the enemy of the world, but it was a very exciting thing. Who dared to do this since ancient times? If she could do it, it would definitely be known to the world. Her aptitude was peerless. Coupled with Chu Li's transformation of her body and the traction skill to enhance her cultivation level, her cultivation speed was faster than 1,000 miles per day. She mastered the void diversion technique in a short time. Chu Li nodded in satisfaction. Ever since he had this idea and began to teach Princess Anfu, A huge amount of martial arts began to gather on him. He was very excited. He vaguely felt that as long as he could do this, the merit would be enough to help him ascend, and he would not need to worry about other things. As his cultivation level grew stronger, the merit would become more important. Even if he ascended to the upper heaven, the merit of this world could also be transferred over to help him. Therefore, he must teach Princess Anfu well. For hours later, Chu Li smiled. "Good, that's enough." "Thank you, Master," Princess Anfu said excitedly. She did not expect the void diversion to be so magical. From now on, she no longer needed to ride a horse. She could directly move through the void. 1,000 miles was just a short distance, and she could travel in an instant. The big world in her eyes seemed endless, but now it became smaller. She could decide where she wanted to go. One moment she was by the sea, the next moment she was in the palace. Chu Li said, "Now that you have the ability to protect yourself, the void diversion is the best way to escape. However, don't use it lightly. Be careful of many secret treasures that can lock the void." "There's such a treasure?" Princess Anfu said. Chu Li said slowly, "The world is full of wonders. Don't underestimate any opponent just because you're strong in martial arts. Don't fail miserably in an easy task." "Understood." Princess Anfu nodded vigorously. Chu Li said, "The next step is the stargazing technique. Once you've mastered this technique, you'll be able to avoid calamity and seek blessings, protecting your life." "Master, why do I only learn life-saving techniques?" Princess Anfu asked. Chu Li said, "You'll have a lot of enemies in the future. Staying alive is the most important thing. You can't do anything without your life." "All right," Princess Anfu said, "Master, I will take the initiative to attack. The one who strikes first has the advantage." Chu Li smiled and nodded. Yes, he was very satisfied with Princess Anfu's comprehension. She had learned the stargazing art not for the sake of evading, but for the sake of striking first and gaining the upper hand. She wanted to see the enemy in advance and then act before them. He lightly touched the space between Princess Anfu's eyebrows with his finger. The stargazing art and the cultivation of spirit were used separately to perform the traction technique. This was because the stargazing art required sufficient spiritual power, and Princess Anfu's current spiritual power was still slightly insufficient. She needed to cultivate the cultivation of spirit to strengthen it. After a quarter of an hour, Princess Anfu opened her eyes. Chu Li said, "Did you comprehend it?" Princess Anfu closed her eyes again and opened them a moment later. Her face was already pale. Chu Li said, "Your current spiritual power is still weak. You can only perform the stargazing art once a day. As you cultivate the cultivation of spirit, it will become stronger." "Yes." Princess Anfu nodded vigorously. After learning these, she felt that Chu Li was more and more profound. He actually possessed these strange techniques. Any one of them was beyond the imagination of the world. He could be invincible in the world. No wonder he dared to make such a great wish. She was originally worried, but now she was restless and eager to give it a try. Chu Li thought for a moment and muttered, "There's also the divine power of resurrection." "Master, are you going to teach me that?" Princess Anfu was surprised. "Isn't divine power unable to be imparted?" Chu Li said, "This is different." Princess Anfu smiled and said, "Master, you should keep it. I'm afraid I can't control this divine power." The divine power of resurrection was magical, but was also a huge trouble. The favors involved were endless. If someone came to ask for help, should he save them or not? If he did not save who? Not only would he not get gratitude, but he would get hatred instead. Unless he was like his master, refusing to see anyone other than his father and himself, as well as his fifth brother and sister-in-law. Only then would he be able to cut off the karmic grudges. Otherwise, he would not be able to have a day of peace. Chu Li said, "This divine power is the strongest protective talisman. It can give you a chance of survival in a desperate situation." "Must I learn it?" Princess Anfu asked. Chu Li nodded slowly. "All right." Princess Anfu reluctantly agreed. Chuli smiled and pointed at her. How many people want it, but you refuse? You have the root of wisdom. You are worthy of being my disciple. Princess Anfu said, with Master here, it doesn't matter if I have this divine power or not. How can I always follow you? Chuli shook his head. Princess Anfu was stunned and hurriedly said, Master, you're leaving? Chuli said, Soon. I'll complete my merit and ascend to the first heaven. Princess Anfu was stunned. Ascend? Chuli said, I'll wait for you at the first heaven. But remember, you must find a disciple to carry on the legacy before you come up. Master, I can ascend too? My dermic base is too ordinary. Princess Anfu was skeptical. Ascension was no different from a fool's dream, but it was believable coming from Master. However, she was not a Buddhist. Even if she became a disciple of Master, she would only inherit martial arts and not dermic base. Chuli smiled. I will also pass on my dermic base comprehension to you through enlightenment. As long as you follow the Rui Temple's principle and diligently accumulate merit, you'll be able to ascend sooner or later. Then when can Master ascend? Princess Anfu was reluctant to leave. Chuli said, It won't be too long. After this time, you can leave. Come. He suddenly leaped and somersaulted in the air. Then he stood upside down, his head touching Princess Anfu's head. As he stood upside down in the void, the life and death tree slowly appeared in the void of his mind. From the outside, it looked like a golden light faintly appeared and entered Princess Anfu's forehead from Chu Li's forehead. Then it slowly disappeared. In the void of Chu Li's mind, a golden leaf from the life and death scripture slowly fell and floated down into the void. Then it floated towards a hazy existence and finally completely left the void of his mind. On the life and death tree, another golden leaf appeared in its original position. It was the same as before, but its color was dimmer. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.